What if I told you that everything you thought you knew about this period was incomplete, carefully constructed by centuries of art, literature, and popular imagination? Imagine, for a moment, halls of Versailles, the roaring crowds of the Roman Colosseum, the vibrant bazaars of Baghdad. All the romanticized images that populate your mind were not the whole story. The reality was something far more unvarnished. You wake up, not to the gentle chime of your alarm, soft glow of your bedside lamp. You wake to a jarring, cacophonous symphony of sounds that assault your ears like a physical blow. Thick and cloying, carries the unmistakable tang of unwashed bodies, stale wine. You can't quite place, perhaps the distant, ever-present odor of animal dung. Your eyes, the controlled illumination of modern life, struggle to adjust to the dim, flickering light of oil lamps. Hewn wooden pallet, the coarse wool of a blanket scratching uncomfortably against your skin. Silence that should follow the initial shock is absent, replaced by a constant hum of activity from beyond the heavy wooden door, the murmur of voices, the clatter of unseen objects, the distant clang of metal, the gentle awakening you anticipated. This is an immersion abrupt and disorienting into a world utterly alien. Let's rewind. Comfortable bedroom, but to a sterile, climate-controlled archive, the air cool and smelling faintly of aged paper. You, a humble historian, were meticulously poring over a newly acquired collection of personal correspondence from the reign of Emperor Diocletian, CE. You remember the specific weight of the parchment, the faint scent of ancient ink, the elegant, if somewhat spidery, Latin script. You were tracing the emperor's movements, together the intricate political maneuvers that would ultimately lead to the tetrarchy, restructuring of the Roman Empire. You recall a particularly dense passage detailing a protracted meeting with Maximian, emperor in the West, concerning troop deployments in Gaul. The details were mundane, the language dry, felt a peculiar resonance, a sense of the sheer, unremitting pressure of leadership. You remember a fleeting thought, born from sheer exhaustion and a desire for escape. What if I were in his sandals? And then a strange dizziness, archives dim light. And this, you sit up, your muscles protesting with a stiffness you've never experienced. Usually smooth and uncalloused, a rough and bare, the faint, ingrained dirt of manual labor. You look down at your attire. Are your comfortable cotton pajamas? Instead, you are clad in a simple, undyed tunic made of coarse linen, at the waist with a thick cord. It smells faintly of sweat and something herbal, perhaps lavender, the less pleasant odors. The chill of the stone floor seeps through the thin soles of your worn leather sandals. Touch your face. Your skin feels rougher, weathered. You run a hand through your hair, expecting your usual short, neat cut. Your fingers tangle in strands that are longer, unkempt, and undeniably coarse. A gruff voice, dialect of Latin that is surprisingly understandable, though laced with an unfamiliar accent, breaks through your daze. Lord, a U-turn, your heart leaping into your throat. Standing in the doorway is a man of imposing stature, fatigue, and ingrained loyalty. He is dressed in a similar, though perhaps slightly finer, tunic, and a short sword hangs at his hip. This is not a modern servant. This is a Praetorian guard, force sworn to protect the emperor. His presence, so utterly real, so undeniably present, sends a fresh wave of panic through you. Who are you? You stammer, your voice hoarse and unfamiliar. The guard's brow furrows. Most obedient servant, Lord Gaius Valerius, I have been assigned to your personal retinue. He pauses, his gaze sweeping over you with a subtle, almost imperceptible assessment. You seem disoriented, Lord. Did the fever return? Favor, you rack your brain, trying to recall any illness, any accident. Plausible explanation for this impossible reality, nothing. Your last memory is of the archive, the quiet hum of the ventilation system, cool knowledge. I think I slept poorly. You manage, your mind racing. You need to understand. When you are, what is the date? A Gaius Valerius blinks, a flicker of surprise in his eyes. March, Lord, the year of our Lord 284, the Ides of March 284 CE. Your breath catches. This is not a dream. This is Rome. Somehow are someone of importance. Someone the Praetorian Guard addresses as Lord. The weight of that title, bewildering state, presses down on you. The months teach you, slowly and painfully, the stark realities of this new existence. Empire is a carefully curated illusion, a performance for the masses. Your days are an endless cycle of ritual, diplomacy, the crushing weight of responsibility. The opulent feasts you'd imagined are often rushed affairs, political maneuvering, and the anxieties of maintaining alliances. The food, while surprisingly varied, far cry from the delicate pastries you're used to. You find yourself eating roasted meats, hearty stews, bread that is dense and chewy, and surprisingly sweet fruits. The taste of garum, a fermented fish sauce, becomes a constant, pungent presence in many dishes. Undeniably grand is also functional and often stark. Marble floors of the imperial palace are cool and smooth beneath your sandals, but the walls are often unadorned in private chambers for practicality rather than aesthetic indulgence. The air within the palace, while better than the streets, is still thick with the scent of incense, used to mask the less pleasant realities of sanitation. You learn to navigate the labyrinthine corridors, each turn bringing you deeper into the heart of power. Initial conversations are stilted, filled with your own confusion and Gaius Valerius's patient, if sometimes perplexed, reassurances. Basic tenets of Roman life. The importance of social hierarchy, the expectations placed upon someone of your apparent station, of the emperor's duties, the administration of justice, the command of armies, the appeasement of the gods. One evening, respite from a council meeting, you find yourself speaking with a trusted advisor, a stern, named Lucius Cornelius. He is a man of sharp intellect and unwavering loyalty, roadmap of a life dedicated to the Republic. You are sitting in a small, private study, casting long shadows across the walls, where scrolls are neatly stacked in pigeonholes. Senator, you begin carefully. I find myself overwhelmed by the sheer volume of decisions that must be made daily. The fate of the entire world rests upon every pronouncement. Lucius Cornelius smiles, a rare expression that softens his otherwise severe features. And so it does, my lord. That is the burden of leadership. You are not merely a man, you are the embodiment of Rome. Every citizen looks to you for guidance, for protection, prosperity. He gestures to a map spread across the table, detailing the vast expanse of the Roman Empire. The sands of Egypt to the misty shores of Britannia. Your word is law. It is a heavy mantle. He then shares a historical anecdote, a tale of Emperor Augustus, the first Roman emperor, lamenting the isolation of his position. Augustus, for all his power, confessed that he often felt like a man standing on a precipice, the entire world looking up at him, expecting him not to fall. The higher you rise, my lord, the lonelier the path becomes. This resonates deeply with you. The constant vigilance required, the inability to truly trust, present threat of betrayal, these are the shadows that lengthen with the dawn of each new day. you are surrounded by people, the warmth of genuine human connection feels like a distant memory replaced by the cold calculus of power and obligation. You are the emperor, yes, but you are also the loneliest man in the world. Teach you that this existence is a gilded cage, a magnificent prison. The world you inhabit is a stage, reluctant star, forever under scrutiny. The knowledge you possessed as a historian, a source of comfort and intellectual stimulation, now feels like a taunt, a reminder of the life you've lost. The quiet anonymity of your past, for the simple pleasure of a book, a conversation without ulterior motive, a moment of true solitude. But solitude is a luxury you can no longer afford. The weight of the empire, the endless demands, performance, these are your new reality. And as you prepare for another day of imperial duties, disquieting thought settles in. How much longer can you maintain this illusion before the cracks begin to show? Sees the terrified historian trapped within the emperor's robes. The next dawn promises no respite of this profound and utterly isolating masquerade. Close your eyes and transport yourself to a time when life moved at a completely different rhythm. Softest linen against your skin, a stark contrast to the rough-spun wool you're accustomed to. You stir, escaping your lips, not of pain, but of profound disorientation. The air is thick, cloying sweetness of incense, sandalwood and myrrh, perhaps mingling with the faint, telling tang of something you can't quite place. Your eyelids flutter open, not to the familiar muted light of your study, of cavernous space bathed in the flickering glow of countless oil lamps. Your first sensation is one of immense weight, not the weight of your own body, but the weight of the very air around you pressing down, imbued with an ancient, oppressive stillness. Resting on the silken duvet are smooth, uncaloused, and adorned with rings that gleam dully in the lamplight. Not your hands. You try to sit up, and the movement is sluggish, as if you're pushing through water. The bed is vast, of dark wood, draped in rich fabrics embroidered with gold thread depicting scenes of triumphant battles and stern-faced gods. Beneath your bare feet is cool, polished to a mirror-like sheen, reflecting the dancing flames. You are in a chamber, anything you've ever witnessed. The walls are adorned with frescoes, depictions of mythological scenes and historical triumphs, their colors still remarkably vivid after centuries. Air carries the faint scent of rosewater, a delicate counterpoint to the heavier incense. A low murmur, a hushed symphony of distant voices, and the rhythmic scraping of sandals on stone reaches your ears, a constant that speaks of constant, unseen activity. You try to speak, to call out, but your voice is a dry rasp, unfamiliar and reedy, prickle at the edges of your awareness. This is not a dream. This is too real, too detailed. Day by day, you learn that the weight you feel is not just physical, but the crushing burden of an empire. You are not just a man, you are the emperor. You discover is 251 AD, the place, the Palatine Hill in Rome, the very heart of power. Your waking moments are a dizzying blur of ceremony and expectation. You are dressed by slaves, their movements practiced and silent. Tunic of fine wool, dyed a deep Tyrian purple, the color reserved for royalty. Over this, a richly embroidered toga. It's fabric so fine it seems to float. The weight of a golden laurel wreath, surprisingly heavy, settles upon your brow, presented with a goblet of watered wine, its taste sharp and slightly bitter, a far cry from the comforting sweetness of your morning coffee. The first formal interaction is with a man named Decius. With the lines of authority and perhaps a touch of wariness, he bows low, his voice deep and resonant. Augustus awaits your presence. The eastern provinces report unrest. grain shipments from Egypt are delayed. He speaks with a deference that is both unsettling and strangely intoxicating. You nod to form coherent words, your mind still grappling with the sheer impossibility of your situation. Decius' silence for thoughtful consideration continues. Your wisdom, Caesar, star. The sheer isolation of this position begins to dawn on you. The throngs of people who attend to your every need, you are utterly alone. The courtiers, the advisors, the guards, they are all there to serve, to obey, but never to truly connect. They are a wall of deference, their faces impassive, carefully chosen. You are a figurehead, an object of reverence and fear, but never a companion. You observe them, the reins of power, and see in their eyes a mixture of ambition, apprehension, seated loyalty that is born not of affection, but of necessity. This is the loneliest job in the world, you realize, where true intimacy is a dangerous luxury. The grandeur of your surroundings is overwhelming. You are led through vast halls, soaring to impossible heights, supported by marble columns carved with intricate reliefs. The air is filled with the scent of polished wood and the faint tang of the legionaries' armor as they stand sentinel in every corridor. You hear the distant clang of hammers from workshops, murmur of voices from unseen servants, the soft rustle of fabrics as people move past. You touch a mosaic floor, tesserae and smooth beneath your fingertips, a testament to the artistry and labor of countless hands. You see a scribe meticulously copying a scroll, his quill scratching rhythmically against the papyrus. Seems to echo the relentless march of time. You are presented with a meal, a lavish spread of roasted meats, exotic fruits, all served on silver platters. The taste is rich, complex, yet you find yourself barely able to swallow. The food feels alien, a symbol of the vast gulf that separates you from your former life. The simple familiarity of a sandwich, a cup of tea, the mundane comforts you never truly appreciated. Your purple toga feels suffocating now, a constant reminder of your imposed identity. You catch your reflection in a polished bronze shield, a face you vaguely recognize, but older, harder, in authority that is not your own. Day by day, the weight of the laurel wreath is nothing compared to the weight of responsibility. You are the ultimate authority, but also the ultimate target. Every decision you make, every word you utter, repercussions that ripple across the vast expanse of the Roman Empire. You are the dispenser of justice, the commander of armies, the protector of the people. But you are also a man vulnerable and prone to error, thrust into a role that demands superhuman perfection. The isolation gnaws at you, a constant ache. In the pit of your stomach, you are surrounded by people, yet utterly adrift. The sheer scale of the Roman bureaucracy, the intricate web of alliances and rivalries, threat of invasion and internal strife. It's a dizzying, terrifying reality. Yourself yearning for a moment of genuine connection, simple conversation that isn't steeped in protocol or veiled in political maneuvering. You try to engage with your advisors, questions about their lives, their families, but their responses are always guarded, their eyes never quite meeting yours. Yes, but their loyalty is to the office of emperor, not to you, the man trapped within. You discover that even your closest confidantes are likely reporting on your every word and deed to others. Horror of being emperor, the absolute, unyielding loneliness. You are the sun around which the empire orbits. The sun itself is a solitary star, burning brightly but alone in the vast emptiness of space. Required to maintain this facade is exhausting. You must project strength, wisdom, and unwavering resolve, when your own mind is a swirling vortex of confusion and fear. You recall reading about the vastness of the Roman Empire, its reach from Britannia to Mesopotamia, its legions spread across continents. Now, you wive out that empire. Sheer magnitude of its needs, its demands, is almost unbearable. The fact that you are expected to be an expert in everything military strategy, provincial administration, religious doctrine, matters is a cruel joke. Day by day, you learn that the silence of your chambers is not peace, testament to your isolation. As the oil lamps gutter and the shadows lengthen, you are left with your own thoughts of anxieties and regrets. The dreams of your former life of quiet evenings and familiar faces become a cruel torment. Emperor, and the weight of the world rests on your shoulders, a burden you carry in absolute solitude. As sleep finally claims you, you can only wonder what fresh horrors tomorrow will bring. If you will ever truly be free from this grotesque awakening, the vastness of the imperial palace, once a symbol of power, feels like an echo chamber for your profound loneliness, a gilded prison from which there seems to be no escape. You sense that the true challenge lies not in ruling the empire, but in ruling yourself amidst this crushing solitude. As we prepare to explore what life truly meant in another time, forget the gilded cages of modern royalty, smiles for cameras. We're diving into the raw, unvarnished reality of absolute power, a power so immense it could crush the unwary soul. You've been thrust into a world where the very air hums with unspoken expectations of an empire settles, not just on your shoulders, but deep within your bones. The shock, disorientation of Subpart 2 has begun to recede, leaving behind a chilling clarity. The roar of the crowd, incense, the feel of the rough wool tunic, these are no longer fleeting sensations, but the texture of your new existence. No longer the you are the emperor. Your understanding deepens. The initial panic, the desperate urge to find a familiar face, has been replaced by a gnawing awareness of your singular isolation. You stand on the Palatine Hill, city of Roma tapestry of terracotta roofs and marble columns stretching before you. The year is 117 AD, Trajan's reign, and you are Hadrian, his chosen successor. The sun, a molten orb in the hazy Roman sky, casts long shadows across the Forum, a place you once walked as a mere senator, a place now entirely yours to govern, to protect, to shape. The sheer scale of it is staggering. The whispers of the Praetorian Guard, their polished lorica segmentata glinting in the sunlight, protective perimeter, they are a constant, silent reminder of the power you wield and the constant threat that power attracts. You can feel the rough, woven fibers of your Tegate tunic against your skin, stark contrast to the soft silks you might have worn in your former life. Mingled scents of wood smoke from countless hearths, the pungent aroma of spices from the nearby market, present earthy tang of the Tiber River. A fly buzzes lazily near your ear, an insignificant creature in the grand scheme. Presence is a tangible anchor to the present, a reminder that even in this exalted position, you are still a man. The mundane annoyances of existence. You remember a conversation from just yesterday, a strained exchange with Sabina, your wife. Usually a melodious ripple had been tight with a fear she tried to mask. Hadrian, she had said, resting on your arm, her touch surprisingly cool. The Senate, they are already speaking of consolidation, of securing the borders. They look to you for direction. Her eyes, the color of dark honey, held a plea you couldn't quite decipher, for reassurance, or a plea for you to remain the man she knew before the purple toga stained your life irrevocably. understanding deepens. The weight of the crown is not merely symbolic, it is a palpable pressure, a physical burden. A research moment poring over fragmented scrolls in the Imperial Library, discovering the meticulous records of previous emperors. The sheer volume of decisions, the endless stream of petitions, the constant threat of assassination, it painted a grim picture. Discovered in archives, detailed accounts of emperors consumed by paranoia, their lives dictated by the fear of betrayal, their sleep haunted by the faces of those they had condemned. You are led from the Palatine to the Curia Julia, the Senate House, structure of marble and gleaming bronze. The walk is short, but the journey feels epic. As you enter, assembled senators cease, replaced by an expectant hush. Every eye is upon you. You see familiar faces, men you've debated with, men who have vied for your favor. Now, they are your subjects, ambitions subject to your decree. Amongst them, you spot Gaius Julius Ursus, a seasoned senator whose counsel you once valued. A slight, almost imperceptible nod, his expression unreadable. Later, you will meet with him. Imperial Majesty, Ursus begins, his voice resonating in the cavernous hall. The legions in Dacia report unrest. Restless, and whispers from the East Parthia grows bolder. He pauses, allowing the weight of his words to settle. We require your guidance, action. You feel a tremor run through your hand as you reach for the goblet of cool water offered by a silent attendant. Crisp and pure, does little to quench the thirst of responsibility that has suddenly taken root within you. Predecessor Trajan, a warrior emperor who expanded the empire to its greatest territorial extent. But you, Hadrian, a different kind of strength, one of consolidation, of internal reform, of building rather than conquering. Legions away from the frontiers, of prioritizing infrastructure over conquest. It feels like a betrayal of the very spirit of Rome, yet the whispers of your own destiny, learned from the endless campaigns of the past, urge you towards a different path. Your understanding deepens. It's not just about the absence of equals, it is about the absence of true confidantes. Every advisor, every general has their own agenda, their own loyalties, their own ambitions. You are surrounded by people utterly alone in the decisions you must make. No longer confide your deepest fears or doubts to anyone without risking their exploitation. This is the paradox of absolute power. Elevated, the more you are isolated. It's like standing at the very apex of a vast pyramid with the entire world spread out beneath you, but with no one to share the dizzying view. You remember a conversation with your trusted friend, Lucius Quintilius, a man you've known since boyhood. You sought him out in your private chambers, the scent of lavender and beeswax hanging heavy in the air, cushions of your chaise longue offering a fleeting comfort. Lucius, you began, your voice rough with an emotion you couldn't quite suppress. I feel as though I am adrift. The weight, it's crushing me. How do I know if I am making the right choices? Begin to understand the needs of every corner of this vast empire. Lucius, his brow furrowed with concern. Hadrian, you have always been a man of intellect, of foresight. Trust in that, but do not be afraid to listen to the whispers of the people, not just the pronouncements of the Senate. And remember, an emperor needs a quiet moment to simply breathe. He offered a faint smile. Even his loyalty felt tinged with the awareness of your new station. He was no longer your equal, he was your subject. Your understanding deepens. The sheer, relentless nature of the work is another facet of this lonely existence. There are no weekends, no respite. The empire demands constant attention, its intricate machinery requiring perpetual lubrication. The bureaucracy is immense, a labyrinth of officials and departments, each with their own responsibilities and their own vested interests. Ultimate arbiter, the final decision maker, and the sheer volume of paperwork, of petitions, of reports that will cross your desk is almost unimaginable. It's a far cry from the simple act of reading a book, yourself in a story, a pleasure you once cherished. Now, every document is a potential crisis, signature, a commitment of blood and treasure. As the day draws to a close, you stand on a balcony overlooking the city, beginning to flicker to life in the distance. Tiny stars scattered across the darkening landscape. The air is cooler now, faint sweet scent of night, blooming jasmine. You can hear the distant shouts of street vendors packing up their wares, conversation from courtyards below, the rhythmic clang of a blacksmith's hammer. It is a symphony of Roman life. You are now responsible for a life you must protect. Yet, as you look out at it all, a profound sense of isolation washes over you. You are the conductor of this magnificent orchestra, but you stand alone on the podium, the music echoing only in your own ears. The dawn of your imperial reign is a sunrise, yes, but it casts a long, solitary shadow. Tomorrow, the weight will be even heavier, even more critical, and the silence around you even more profound. Studied paint a picture that's both more mundane and more extraordinary than popular imagination allows. Opulence of Hollywood epics. The reality of the imperial palace, even for an emperor, was a place of stark, almost brutal. You wake up not to the soft caress of silk sheets, but to the cool, unyielding touch of linen, starched and crisp against your skin. In your sleeping chamber, even in the height of summer, carries a persistent chill, testament to the thick stone walls and the deliberate lack of excessive ornamentation. Taste the mineral tang of the marble underfoot even before your bare feet make contact. The dawn light through the narrow high windows is not a warm embrace, but a pale, diffused luminescence, motes dancing in the stillness. The silence is profound, broken only by the distant, muffled clang of a guard's shield, a sound that seems to emphasize rather than dispel the vast emptiness surrounding you. As the seasons change, subtle scent of the palace. In winter, it's the dry, almost acrid smell of olive oil lamps, mingled with the faint, damp wool cloaks stored in the outer antechambers. In summer, it's the fainter scent of polished wood and the occasional, fleeting fragrance of jasmine from the small, enclosed courtyards attempt to inject life into the stone. You walk through vast, echoing halls, your footsteps the only punctuation in the pervasive quiet. The walls are not alive with vibrant frescoes in the majority of the palace. Instead, they are vast expanses of cool, grey stone, strategically placed reliefs and statues, their marble eyes seeming to follow your solitary progress. Scale of it all is overwhelming. Imagine walking through a modern museum, but without the crowds, without the hushed whispers of fellow visitors, without the reassuring presence of other human beings. The sole inhabitant of this colossal monument to power, and the weight of that singular ownership presses down on you. When they appear, do so with a practiced, almost spectral efficiency. They move with a hushed reverence, barely audible murmurs. They are extensions of the palace itself, serve your needs without intruding upon your solitude. Today, it is Marcus, whose face seemed permanently etched with a wary stoicism, who helps you dress. The tunic he offers is of fine, undyed linen, your skin, but the weight of the purple, bordered toga, the losh toga praetexta, feels substantial, a tangible reminder of the burdens you carry. The wool is coarse, a stark contrast to the silk you might imagine. slightly at your neck. Marcus fastens it with practiced hands, his fingers brushing against your skin with a detachment that is both professional and, in its own way, profoundly isolating. Senate convenes at the 10th hour imperator. He says, his voice a low rumble, devoid of personal inflection. He offers no pleasantries on the weather or your mood. His purpose is singular, to facilitate your existence. As the seasons change, you find yourself drawn to the Palatine Hill, to the vantage point that offers a sweeping panorama of Rome. From this height, as is a sprawling, vibrant organism teeming with life, you can hear the distant clamour of the Forum, of carts on the cobblestones, the cries of vendors and the laughter of children. It is a symphony of human activity, utterly separate from the hushed confines of your immediate surroundings. Yet you are not a part of it. You are the observer, ruler, the solitary figure on the precipice of power. You recall a passage from Tacitus detailing how Tiberius Capri rarely returned to Rome, preferring the isolation of his island retreat. Unearthed in the Vatican archives, spoke of the immense logistical challenges of maintaining the imperial palace single occupant. Imagine the sheer number of people required to simply run this place: cooks, guards, scribes, cleaners, all moving in their own orbits, never truly intersecting with yours. Later, as the sun begins its descent, shadows across the peristyle gardens, you encounter Livia, the emperor's wife. A woman of sharp intellect and even sharper words, her presence a rare spark of genuine human interaction in your day. In a deep crimson stola, the fabric rich and heavy, adorned with intricate gold embroidery. The scent of rosewater and myrrh clings to her, a deliberate counterpoint to the palace's pervasive coolness. You seem pensive today, she remarks, her voice smooth, almost silken, as she sips from a silver goblet filled with watered wine. Subtle tension in her jaw, the careful neutrality in her eyes. The weight of the empire is a heavy one, Livia. You reply, the words feeling inadequate, a pale shadow of the truth. Indeed, she concedes, her gaze drifting towards the distant sunset, is a weight that allows for no true rest, nor for any true companionship. You are surrounded by 1,000 faces. This conversation, like so many others, is a performance, a carefully choreographed dance of power and obligation. Even in intimacy, there is a distance, a chasm carved by the very nature of your position. As the seasons change, you realize that the palace, sheer scale and emptiness, is a metaphor for the emperor's existence. It is a monument to power, yes, a monument to profound isolation. You are the apex, the solitary peak, and from such heights, ordinary human connection is impossibly distant. The sheer physical space of the palace, the endless corridors, the vast courtyards, the cavernous halls mirrors the emotional void that begins to grow within you. You can order legions and decree laws, but you cannot command genuine warmth, nor can you legislate against the gnawing emptiness. Silence of the palace is not just the absence of noise, it is the absence of shared experience, of casual laughter, easy camaraderie that binds ordinary men together. As the evening deepens and the oil lamps are lit, casting flickering shadows that play tricks on the eye, you find yourself standing by a window, looking out at the now darkened city. The sounds of Rome have faded to a murmur, a distant hum that only serves to emphasize your separation. Stone of the windowsill presses against your palms, a familiar, grounding sensation. Feel the history embedded within these walls, the echoes of emperors who walked these same halls, same profound loneliness. The documents I've pored over from the reign of Augustus to the twilight of the Western Empire, persistent theme, the emperor for all his power, was perhaps the loneliest man in the world. And as you stand there, a solitary figure in the vastness of the imperial palace, you begin to understand why. True challenge of this hypothetical ascension isn't the political machinations or the military campaigns, but the quiet erosion of the soul by absolute solitude. The next dawn will bring its own set of demands, fully orchestrated interactions, but the fundamental truth of your isolation will remain as the stone beneath your feet. Every historian has that one period that captures their imagination completely. This is mine. The power, the sheer weight of history pressing down on a single individual. Imagine for a moment in your familiar bed, but upon a silken couch, the air thick with the scent of incense and something else, something metallic. The weight of a purple, bordered toga, heavy and unfamiliar, settles around your shoulders. This is not a dream, is your reality. The disorienting sensory overload of Sub-Part 2, the dawning realization of immense responsibility from Sub-Part 3, architectural realities of Sub-Part 4, they all converge here in the heart of the imperial palace on this particular morning. The cool marble beneath your bare feet, the distant murmur of the city waking, weave of the linen undergarment against your skin. These are the tangible anchors to a life that is both utterly alien and undeniably yours. Golden light filtering through high, arched windows, illuminating dust motes dancing in the air, is the dawn of a new era. You begin to understand the true isolation of the throne. Around you, a constellation of faces, meticulously crafted to present a farce aid of loyalty and deference, yet each orbiting their own private sun of ambition. Is the court of whispers a gilded cage where every smile is a negotiation, every compliment a veiled request? Your emperor, IOU, is the sun and around which these celestial bodies revolve, but the light you cast is often fractured of those who bask in it. First, there is Lucius Valerius, of your prefect of the Praetorian Guard. His presence is a constant, a hulking shadow at your side. His armor, polished to a mirror finish, gleams in the morning light, own troubled expression. Lucius is a man forged in the crucible of legions, the dust of distant campaigns. He speaks in clipped, precise sentences, his gaze never wavering from your face. You sense a calculation behind those steely eyes. He is the shield that protects you, but also the cage that confines you. The Empire as a machine, and you as its vital, but ultimately replaceable cog. His motivation, stability, order, unwavering belief that only the strong hand of the military can truly guide Rome. He's the first to greet you each morning. Nod of the head, a low-voiced report on the night's events, minor disturbances quashed, potential threats neutralized. Your Majesty, he'll say, his voice a gravelly rumble that seems to vibrate through the very stones of the palace. The city sleeps soundly under our watch. You feel the prickle of his gaze, assessing your mood, your readiness. You remember reading of how the Praetorian Guard, initially intended as a personal bodyguard, became kingmakers, bought and sold with coin and favor. Then there is Domitia, your empress. Her beauty is legendary, perfection that draws the eye and silences the room. Her gowns, fashioned from the finest silk, imperial purple and Tyrian crimson, rustle like a whispered secret as she moves. Her scent, a heady blend of rose and myrrh, to the air long after she has passed. Domitia, however, possesses a will as sharp as the obsidian hairpins that secure her elaborate coiffure. She is your consort, your companion in public, but her true power lies in the subtle influence she wields within the palace walls. Her motivation is the continuation of her own lineage, the securing of a family's legacy, and perhaps a deep-seated desire to shape the empire in her own image, approach you with a delicate hand on your arm, her voice a silken caress, holding a depth of understanding that is both comforting and unnerving. "My emperor," she might murmur, brushing your ear, "you seem troubled." Perhaps a quiet hour in the gardens, away from the clamour of the Senate, you see the way she subtly steers conversations. She plants seeds of suggestion in the minds of influential senators. She is a master of the long game, ambitions woven into the very fabric of court life. I discovered in the archives a particularly scathing pamphlet from the reign of Domitian, the Empress's alleged manipulation of her husband, a chilling echo of the potential realities you face. And finally, Seleucus, your master of the imperial household. He is a man of quiet efficiency, his presence almost invisible until he is needed, while of fine wool are understated, a testament to his focus on function over ostentation. His hands, though clean and manicured, faint colossus of a man who has worked his way up from humble beginnings. Silas is the architect of your daily life, of your schedule, the gatekeeper to your presence. His motivation is a deep-seated desire for order and control that borders on obsession. He believes that the smooth functioning of the imperial shill machinery is paramount, central, albeit sometimes unpredictable, component. He will appear as if from nowhere, a silent shadow offering a scroll, reminder of an upcoming appointment. "Your Majesty," he'll say, his voice soft but firm. Parthia arrives at the third hour, prepared the reception chamber and arranged for the finest wines. He is the unseen hand that guides the ship of state, ensuring that every detail, from the quality of the olive oil in your lamp to the strategic placement of guards at the palace gates, is meticulously managed. His loyalty is to the office, to the institution of the emperor, and by extension to you. As you fulfill your role, he is the silent observer, the keeper of secrets, which doors to open and which to keep firmly shut. You sit at your grand, carved wooden desk, an empire resting on your shoulders. The parchment before you is rough to the touch, the ink a deep, viscous black. Outside, the sounds of the palace are a low hum, the clatter of guards' sandals on marble, the distant laughter of servants, the faint cry of a peacock from the imperial gardens. These are the sounds of your isolation. You are surrounded by people, by advisors, by family, yet you are utterly alone. Each interaction is a carefully choreographed dance, a subtle probing for weakness to gain influence, the sheer mental effort required to navigate these treacherous waters, to discern truth from artifice. It's like trying to hold 1,000 different conversations simultaneously, each with its own hidden agenda. That being emperor isn't just about issuing decrees or leading armies, it's about the constant required to maintain your position. It's the understanding that every word you speak, every decision you make is dissected, analyzed, and used by those around you. This is the absolute loneliest job in the world. You catch your reflection in a polished bronze shield leaning against the wall, a face that is both familiar and alien, nascent lines of responsibility and an ever-growing wariness. The weight of the purple toga feels heavier than ever. To understand that the true battle isn't fought on the frontiers of the empire, but within these opulent, echoing halls, the silent exchanges of glances in the carefully chosen words that can build or destroy, shrouded in the mist of calculated whispers, and your next step, however small, will be observed, judged, potentially exploited. As the day progresses, the weight of these observations presses down, a constant reminder of the precariousness of your reign. drift back to an age when the very concept of normal was radically different. The air, scent of wood smoke and something metallic, perhaps the distant clang of blacksmiths, would greet your waking moments. In a soft, modern bed, you are on a hard, woven mat, the coarse fibers pressing into your skin of your new reality. Sunlight, unfiltered by glass, streams through high, narrow windows and rectangles on the stone floor of your chambers. The chill of the stone seeps into your bare feet as you stand. The Empire, a concept you've only glimpsed in the dry pages of history books, is now a tangible, suffocating presence. Emperor, the rhythm of life changes as the sheer, overwhelming scale of your dominion begins to truly dawn upon you. Quiet streets of your former life. Imagine a world where your word, spoken in Latin, can command legions across continents. When it arrives, is not a hurried affair, it's a ritual. A slave, his face impassive, lays out a platter of figs and flatbread still warm from the oven, and the taste is earthy simple, a far cry from the processed flavors of your past. Notice the rough weave of the linen tunic you wear, the slight itch of the wool against your skin. You are dressed by others, need anticipated, yet this constant service, this removal from the mundane, only amplifies the profound isolation of Rome, even within its heart, is staggering. You step out onto a balcony overlooking the city. The cacophony of sounds is overwhelming, the rumble of cartwheels on cobblestones, the cries of street vendors hawking their wares, the distant bleating of sheep being driven to market, the murmur of thousands of voices speaking a multitude of languages. The smell of the Tiber, a potent mix of sewage and the brackishness of the sea, wafts up of the city's lifeblood and its refuse. Below, the Forum Romanum stretches out, a hive of activity, debate, merchants haggle, and citizens gather. This is the nerve center of an empire that spans from the misty shores of Britannia to the sun-baked deserts of Egypt. Frontier to the Euphrates, I discovered in archives that by the reign of Trajan encompassed over 5 million square kilometers, a territory that would take months, even years, to traverse. Logistical nightmare of governing such a sprawling entity, of ensuring its borders were secure, its provinces administered, fed. Your first meeting of the day is with your praetorian prefect, a man named Cassius. Stern gaze and impeccably tailored toga betray his immense power within the city walls. He bows deeply, resonating with practiced authority. Your imperial majesty. He begins slightly in the marble-lined audience chamber. The legions in Germania report continued unrest along the Rhine. Tribes are restless and scouting parties have been spotted near Mogontiacum. His tone is respectful, undercurrent of urgency. He presents you with a detailed parchment, its edges frayed from travel, seal of a distant legate. The ink, a rich black, describes skirmishes, troop movements, and the need for reinforcements. You touch the parchment, feeling the texture of the vellum, the slight unevenness of the ink strokes. This is not a distant news report, plea for your decision, a decision that could mean life or death for thousands. And what is your recommendation? Cassius, you ask. Your voice, though steady, feels alien to your own ears. You can feel the eyes of the scribes and advisors in the room, every movement calculated, their thoughts hidden behind impassive masks. Cassius meets your gaze directly. My emperor is paramount. Reinforcements are necessary to deter further incursions. However, the treasury is strained. A significant deployment would require additional taxation in the eastern provinces, which, as you know, are already restive. He pauses, the weight of his words to settle. The balancing act is already apparent: military might versus economic stability versus assertion. This is the tightrope you will walk every single day. Rhythm of life changes as the weight of these decisions presses down. You are not just an emperor, you are the ultimate arbiter on matters of war, peace, law, and commerce. Later that day, you receive a delegation from Alexandria, etched with concern. They speak of grain shortages, of rising prices, of whispers of discontent among the populace. One of them, distinguished-looking merchant named Titus, his linen robe a finer weave than your own, addresses you directly. Augustus, he says, his voice tinged with desperation. The Nile has been less bountiful this year, are not as full as they should be. If the situation does not improve, the people will suffer. A distinct possibility. He gestures towards a small, intricately carved wooden box. We have brought a gift, our loyalty and a plea for your consideration. Rare spices from the east, and these fine papyrus scrolls, the agricultural output of the region. You accept the gift, the aroma of cinnamon and cardamom filling the air, a stark contrast to the anxieties about hunger. The sheer logistical challenge of feeding millions. Food reaches every corner of this vast empire is a monumental undertaking. It's a problem far more complex than simply clicking a button to order groceries online, a modern convenience that now seems impossibly distant. You spend hours poring over reports, your eyes scanning columns of figures, detailing troop deployments, and missives from governors in far-flung provinces. The sheer volume of information is overwhelming. You learn about the intricacies of Roman law, the complex bureaucracy that governed every aspect of life, construction of aqueducts to the collection of taxes. You read about the vast network of roads, the arteries of the empire, stretching for thousands of kilometers, facilitating trade and troop movement. But also, as you've learned from your studies, vulnerable points of invasion. You feel the isolation acutely. Cassius is loyal, but his loyalty is to the office of emperor, necessarily to you, the man. The courtiers, with their smiles and their whispered conversations, are a constant source of suspicion. Truly trust who has your best interests at heart and who is merely seeking to advance their own position. The fundamental loneliness of the throne, the chilling realization that every decision, every word is scrutinized. That true companionship is a luxury you can no longer afford. The day winds down, and the setting sun casts long shadows across the imperial palace. The air grows cooler, jasmine from the palace gardens. You are served a more elaborate meal, roasted boar, seasoned with herbs, wine that coats your tongue. Yet the food tastes muted, the wine less enjoyable. You are surrounded by servants, by guards, but you are utterly alone with your thoughts. The weight of the empire, of its people, of its future, solely on your shoulders. You think of your former life, of simple conversations, of shared laughter, of genuine connection. Those moments feel like a dream, a distant echo from another existence. The weight of the crown, invisible yet crushing, a constant companion. As you prepare to retire, the sounds of the city begin to soften, replaced by the quiet hum of the palace guard, with the endless, gnawing questions. Tomorrow will bring new challenges, new decisions, faces seeking your favor or your decree. You close your eyes, the vastness of your responsibility, a heavy blanket. How any one person can possibly bear such a burden? The echoes of empire's power are not just in its legions or its territories, silent, solitary weight of its leadership. Self stepping through time into a world that operated by entirely different rules. The air, scent of wood smoke and something faintly metallic blood, perhaps gladiatorial spectacle clings to your skin. You're no longer simply an observer of history. You are its fulcrum. Weight of it presses down, a physical burden, as you sit on the gilded sella curulis, the curule chair, the Palatine Hill. Sunlight filtered through intricately carved alabaster windows, of light and shadow across them the mosaic floors of your private audience chamber. The cool marble beneath your bare feet is a grounding sensation, a stark contrast to the swirling disarray in your mind. Your hands weave of the imperial toga, a rich Tyrian purple, and surprisingly warm, tremble slightly as you reach for a scroll. The papyrus, brittle with age, a dry rustle against your fingertips. The murmurs of the court, a low hum of anticipation, reach your ears, but they feel distant by the sheer enormity of your situation. You are re-imperator, the emperor of Rome, and the sheer silence of that responsibility is deafening. You can smell the faint, cloying perfume of incense burning in a brazier nearby, mask the underlying scent of the city, a potent mix of human sweat, animal dung, and the ever-present tang of the Tiber. This is not a dream, this is your reality now, and you discover that your initial attempts to exert control are met with a bewildering tapestry of ancient protocols and deeply entrenched power dynamics. First decree, a hesitant whisper in the vast echoing halls of the imperial palace, address a perceived inefficiency in the grain dole. You've spent days poring over fragmented ledgers, ink blurring before your eyes, trying to understand the flow of resources that feeds millions. You recall reading about the Dies Annona, the vital system that supplied the city of Rome with its essential foodstuffs, grain from Egypt and North Africa. It was a monumental undertaking prone to corruption and disruption. Your decree, drafted with the hesitant guidance of your new Magister Officiorum, a sharp-eyed man named Lucius Varius, streamlined the distribution process, cutting out a layer of intermediaries you suspect are siphoning off supplies. Your Majesty, Lucius begins, his voice a low, almost silken purr, as he kneels before you, his purple bordered toga impeccably draped. Regarding the grain shipments has been disseminated. The prefect of the Annona, a Senator Quintus Fabius Maximus, has acknowledged receipt. Lucius's eyes, like polished obsidian, flick up to meet yours, a flicker of something unreadable within them. The heavy imperial diadem pressing into your temples. And his response, Lucius. You try to keep your voice steady, of the gnawing anxiety that churns in your gut. You can feel the rough texture of the linen tunic beneath your toga. It's a stark contrast to the smooth silk of Lucius's undergarments. The air in the room is still, from the faint scratching of quills from scribes in the outer chamber, preparing to dispatch further missives. Expressed certain reservations, Your Majesty, Lucius replies, his gaze dropping to the intricate patterns of the mosaic floor, seen from the Aeneid. He cites precedent, established practices, unrest amongst the existing guilds of merchants who handle the distribution. You can almost taste the subtle resistance in his words. Unspoken plea for caution. You lean forward, the weight of the chair suddenly feeling immense. Precedent does not feed hungry citizens. Lucius, to arise from empty stomachs than from administrative adjustments. You can smell the faint scent of old parchment and wax on the scrolls piled on the table beside you. A passage from Tacitus detailing the fickle nature of the Roman populace, easily swayed by promises of bread and circuses, pass, and you discover that the individuals who surround you are not merely courtiers, powerful players in a complex game of influence and survival. Senator Quintus Fabius Maximus, the prefect of the Annona, whose family has held significant sway in Rome for generations. He arrives later that day, his presence filling the audience chamber with an aura of old-world authority. He is a tall, imposing figure with the lines of age and calculation. His toga is of the finest wool, the purple stripe wide and authoritative. Imperial Majesty. Senator Fabius begins, his voice deep and resonant, carrying the weight of authority. He bows a slow, deliberate movement that speaks of practiced deference. Come to discuss your recent decree concerning the grain dole. You can hear the faint clink of his signet ring against his forearm as he gestures. The scent of expensive olive oil and a subtle, musky fragrance emanates from him. Senator, you reply, gesturing to a stool, is a necessary reform. The current system is inefficient. You can feel the smooth of the marble table beneath your fingertips. The light catches the polished bronze of the brazier, casting a warm glow. Fabius takes the stool, his movements economical. Inefficiency, Your Majesty, is often the price of stability. Established channels understood by all. To disrupt them without due consideration, it invites chaos. My own family has overseen aspects of this distribution for nearly a century. We understand the nuances, the delicate balance. He pauses, his gaze steady. The merchants, the dock workers, the bakers, they are accustomed to the current arrangements. Sudden change could lead to considerable disquiet. You can smell the faint aroma of the wine Senator Fabius has likely consumed earlier in the day. Almost taste the bitterness of the olive that may have accompanied it. Senator, you say, choosing your words carefully, the people of Rome. If the current system is inefficient, then it is failing them. I am not seeking to sow disquiet, to ensure that the emperor's bounty reaches its intended recipients without undue loss or delay. You remember reading about the plebs, common citizens whose loyalty was crucial to the stability of the empire. Their discontent could be a dangerous force, and who, Messiah, positioned to ensure that bounty reaches the people than those who have done so for generations. Senator Fabius asks, but firm, my experience and the experience of those I oversee is a valuable resource to implement your improvements without fundamentally altering the established order. He smiles, a thin, imperceptible twitch of his lips. You can feel the silk of your own undergarment against your skin, a luxurious but unfamiliar sensation. The distant sounds of the city, a hawker's cry, the rumble of a cart filter into the chamber of the vastness outside these opulent walls. The weeks pass and you discover that the sheer scale of the empire is almost incomprehensible. Your decree, simple administrative adjustment, has sent ripples far beyond the confines of Rome. Dispatches arrive from governors in distant provinces Britannia, Syria, Egypt, detailing their own interpretations and concerns. A decree issued in Rome, while law is filtered through the lens of provincial needs and the ambitions of local administrators. In your study, a room filled with scrolls, maps, and the scent of aged vellum and beeswax. Noon sun casts long shadows across the floor, illuminating dust motes dancing in the air. Faint chirping of cicadas outside, a sound that seems to echo the vast, untamed wilderness that lies beyond the city walls. His face streaked with dust and sweat hands you a dispatch from the governor of Egypt. His tunic is rough-spun and stained. He smells of the desert wind and camel sweat from Governor Publius Cornelius Scipio Asiaticus. Your Majesty, he announces. You unroll the parchment, the coarse texture unfamiliar. The ink is a deep, rich black, stark against the pale papyrus. Governor Scipio writes, you murmur, reading aloud. that the proposed changes to grain collection in Alexandria would disrupt the established trade routes, impacting the supply to Rome itself. He suggests a more gradual implementation for recalibration of existing contracts. You can almost feel the dry heat of Egypt radiating from the words. You then turn to a dispatch from the legate in Britannia. It's written on a thicker, rougher material, perhaps animal hide, less refined. Cus Antonius Primus reports that the tribal chieftains in the north are viewing the decree as an attempt to increase taxation, increased patrols and skirmishes along Hadrian's Wall. You can imagine the damp, cold air of Britannia, peat smoke and damp wool. You sigh, the weight of the empire settling even heavier upon you. It's not just about issuing orders, it's about understanding the intricate, interconnected web of human activity that spans continents. Is a mighty force, but it is also a blunt instrument, easily blunted by distance, by local custom, inertia of established systems. You realize with a chilling clarity that governing this vast entity is less about command and more about a constant, exhausting process of negotiation, adaptation, perpetual balancing of competing interests. This is the loneliest job in the world, indeed. Standing of the emperor's first decree and its far-reaching consequences is just beginning. Complexity of it all hints at the monumental task ahead, a task that will require not just authority, superhuman capacity for comprehension and empathy. Your smartphone weighs more than some of the most precious possessions of this era, a sliver of polished glass and metal humming with a silent, invisible power. You'd held it just moments ago, scrolling through news feeds, comforting, mundane ritual. Now your hands shake, not from fear, but from the sheer, overwhelming weight of responsibility that has settled upon your shoulders like an ill-fitting toga. The decree issued yesterday has rippled through the marble halls of the Palatine Hill, and the air, once thick with the scent of jasmine and polished wood, now crackles with a tension you can almost taste, a metallic tang on your tongue. You stand at the window of your private chambers, son of Rome, circa 180 AD, painting the city in hues of ochre and rose. The Colosseum, presence even from this distance, stands stoic, a testament to an empire's enduring might. Below, Forum Romanum is already stirring, a hive of activity, the distant murmur of voices a constant hum. The cool marble beneath your bare feet is a stark contrast to the heat of your skin. Differently when the fate of millions rests on your every whispered word. The decree, the equitable distribution of grain to the provinces, a seemingly straightforward act of governance, has unleashed a tempest of conflicting counsel. Your trusted advisor, Senator Valerius, silver hair and measured tones have always been a source of calm, now paces before you, his brow furrowed. Imperial Majesty, he begins, his voice a low rumble like distant thunder. The decree is sound in principle, the implementation, the logistics are staggering. The provincial governors will resist. They have their own interests, their own established networks. He gestures with a hand adorned with a heavy gold ring, of his ancient lineage glinting in the light, the scent of his expensive perfume, a blend of sandalwood and myrrh, fills the room. Resist how Valerius, you ask, your voice hoarse. You can feel the rough weave of your linen tunic against your skin. Senate approved it. The people clamor for fairness. Approval is one thing, Majesty. Valerius sighs over his weary face. Compliance is another. Marcus Antonius, governor of Egypt, has already sent word. Unforeseen logistical challenges and hints at a need for additional resources to ensure the grain reaches its destination. Valerius's eyes, usually clear and direct, now hold a flicker of something you can't quite decipher, concern, or perhaps something more calculated, unearthed in your studies. The grain supply from Egypt was crucial to Rome's stability, like Antonius wielded immense power. Then there is Livia, the empress, your wife, sharp intellect and even sharper ambition. She entered your chambers earlier, stole a vibrant splash against the muted tones of the room. She carried herself with an almost regal grace, hair intricately braided and adorned with pearls. The subtle scent of rosewater clung to her. "My dearest," she purred, "Valerius speaks of practicality. I speak of loyalty. Antonius is a man of influence. A generous gift to him, small concession to his concerns, might ensure his cooperation, and perhaps a few well-placed appointments for his allies upon his return to Rome." She leaned closer, her breath warm on your cheek. Air from the open window felt suddenly insufficient. You turn away from the window, the vastness of the empire pressing in. Of the decisions you must make feels crushing. You remember a passage from Tacitus, unflinching account of the emperors who came before you, defined by the whispers and machinations of their inner circle. The Emperor Hadrian, for instance, his extensive travels and his meticulous attention to detail, doubt delved into the specifics of Antonius's challenges. But you are not Hadrian, historian thrust into this monumental role, your knowledge theoretical, your practical experience non-existent. Conversation, a brief, almost insignificant exchange with Titus, your loyal Praetorian prefect. Titus, rather than words, his face weathered from years of campaigning, had been more direct. He stood in the antechamber, his polished armor gleaming, the scent of leather and sweat a stark contrast to the perfumed air of your inner sanctum. He had stated, his voice a low growl, "Antonius is a viper. His challenges are his greed. Be enforced, it will require a show of force, a reminder of who holds true authority. He had met your gaze, unwavering. I can ensure the grain flows, Caesar, but it will require a clear directive, a willingness to see dissent punished. The conflicting advice creates a dizzying vortex. Valerius urges caution and diplomacy, the deep-rooted political currents that could undermine your authority. Livia advocates for strategic appeasement, a subtle manipulation of power that could benefit her own faction. Titus, ever the soldier, calls for decisive action, a clear demonstration of imperial might, each perspective rooted in a different understanding of power and influence that pulls you in opposing directions. You can almost feel the textures of their arguments, Valerius's smooth, reasoned discourse, Livia's silken persuasion, Titus's rough, unyielding logic. You walk over to a small table where a scribe has laid out parchment and ink. Smell of the ink is grounding. You pick up a stylus, its weight surprisingly substantial in your hand. Modern world, where information, though often overwhelming, is at least more readily verifiable. Here is a commodity traded and manipulated by those who seek to serve their own ends. You remember reading about the reign of Emperor Commodus, his descent into madness, fueled by the sycophantic advisors who surrounded him, paranoia and his cruelty. The thought sends a shiver down your spine. The weight of this isolation, fundamental loneliness of command, settles deeper. You are the sun around which these planets orbit, also utterly alone in your orbit. You must discern the genuine concerns from the calculated manipulations, counsel from the self-serving whispers. You need more information, more clarity. Understand the true motivations behind each advisor's words. You realize that simply issuing decrees is not enough. actively engage, probe, and understand the intricate web of relationships and power dynamics that govern this vast empire, has climbed higher in the sky, casting longer shadows across the mosaic floor. The sounds from the city have intensified: the clatter of chariots, the distant cries of vendors, the murmur of 1,000 lives unfolding. You take a deep breath, the air still carrying the scent of jasmine, but now tinged with the acrid smell of anticipation. Choose your next move carefully. The path ahead is shrouded in uncertainty. You receive is as varied and treacherous as the currents of the Tiber. You decide to summon Titus again, but this time a general discussion, but for a specific, targeted inquiry into the logistical capabilities of the Egyptian grain fleet. You need facts, not just opinions. The careful dance of power has just begun, waking up in an era where your biggest worry wasn't Wi-Fi connectivity, real possibility of a barbarian raid on the Danube frontier, conspiracy brewing within your own Praetorian Guard. You, the Emperor, a solitary figure at the apex of an empire that sprawls across continents, complex organism whose every sinew you must understand and control. Subpart 9, True Connection, delves into a brief, poignant moment that pierces the Emperor's profound isolation. A fleeting instance of genuine human interaction that underscores the deep yearning for authentic connection within the gilded cage of absolute power. The purple toga, the chill of the marble floors beneath your bare feet, 1,000 unseen servants. These are the sensory realities of your new existence. The passage of time reveals the sheer, crushing loneliness that permeates the imperial existence. You've navigated the treacherous currents of court intrigue, the veiled threats in diplomatic missives from distant Parthia, the sycophantic pronouncements of senators who see you as a stepping stone. You've learned the names of legions, of 100 provinces, and the intricacies of Roman law, all while feeling like a ghost observing a play. Halls of the Domus Aurea, once a symbol of unimaginable wealth and power, now feel like a gilded mausoleum. The scent of expensive perfumes, exotic flowers, roasting meats, a constant olfactory assault only serves to highlight the absence of something vital, something real. Noon in Rome, perhaps in the summer of 80 AD, during the reign of Titus, yourself wandering through the imperial gardens. The air hums with the drone of cicadas, the sunlight dappling through the leaves of olive trees and cypresses. You've escaped the suffocating formality of the throne room, seeking a moment of quiet contemplation. You're dressed in a simple tunic, heavy imperial regalia shed for the fleeting comfort of anonymity, though true anonymity is a luxury you no longer possess. Scan the meticulously sculpted hedges, the vibrant bursts of poppies and roses, the cool, inviting shimmer of a marble fountain. Murmur of the city, a low thrum of life, is a constant reminder of the world you rule, but can never truly inhabit. A young boy, no older than 7, meticulously tending to a small patch of herbs near a secluded alcove. He's dressed in a coarse, homespun tunic, his knees stained with earth, furrowed in concentration, as he carefully plucks a stray weed. His name, you'll later learn, is Lucius, the son of one of the gardeners. He doesn't recognize you, or if he does, he shows no outward sign of awe or fear. He's simply absorbed in his task, his small hands moving with a quiet diligence. Curiosity, a rare emotion in this insulated existence. You've spent weeks studying ancient texts, poring over scrolls that detail agricultural practices, some practical knowledge that might feel tangible. What are you planting, little one? You ask, softer than you intended. Lucius startles, dropping his trowel. He scrambles to his feet, his eyes wide, not with terror, but with a boyish apprehension he looks you up and down, taking in your unfamiliar, though not overtly imperial, attire. "Just rosemary," he stammers, gesturing to the fragrant green sprigs. "For the kitchens, and a bit of mint." You kneel beside him. Texture of the earth, a surprising sensation against your knees. The scent of crushed mint, sharp and clean, fills the air. "Rosemary," you repeat, the word tasting foreign on your tongue. "And mint. They grow well here, I see." "Yes," Lucius replies, his voice gaining a little confidence. "The sun is good and the soil is rich. Says it's a gift from Ceres." He glances at the trowel, then back at you. Do you like gardening?" This simple, unburdened question catches you off guard. No one has ever asked you what you like, what brings you joy, context of maintaining the empire's prosperity, or your own image. You consider the endless debates about aqueduct maintenance, logistical nightmares of supplying grain to the legions, the delicate dance of appeasing the Senate. Sparks the simple pleasure you imagine Lucius feels from nurturing a plant. I am learning to appreciate it," you say, smile touching your lips. You pick up a fallen rosemary sprig, its scent even more potent when held close. "It requires patience, doesn't it, to watch something grow from a tiny seed?" Lucius nods vigorously, his eyes shining. "Oh yes, sir!" "Be gentle. If you pull too hard, you might hurt the roots." He picks up a small, smooth stone. "Is for luck, Lee," he offers, holding it out to you. "My mother gave it to me. She says it keeps the bad spirits away from the plants." You take the stone. It's warm from the sun, surface smooth and comforting against your palm. It's a gesture so pure, so devoid of ulterior motive, it feels like a miracle. Countless gifts, jeweled daggers, golden statuettes, scrolls of ancient wisdom. But this simple stone, with such innocence, holds more weight than all of them combined. "Thank you, Lucius," you say, meeting his gaze. The immense chasm between emperor and gardener shrinks to nothing. You see not a subject, but a child, small piece of his world with you. You feel a pang, a sharp ache of longing for a life where such simple exchanges were commonplace. Wasn't a calculated maneuver, but a natural outgrowth of shared humanity. "Careful with the mint," Lucius adds, pointing to a particularly lush patch. "It spreads very quickly. If you don't keep it in check, it can choke out the other herbs." You nod, absorbing his simple wisdom. "Important lesson," you murmur, the scent of mint now carrying a deeper significance. For so many things, ambitions, desires, even love, if you were ever to experience it. A voice calls from a distance. "Your father is looking for you." Lucius jumps, his brief moment of adult conversation over. "I must go, sir," he exclaims, his head quickly. He snatches up his trowel and races off, disappearing into the verdant labyrinth of the gardens. You remain kneeling for a moment longer, the warm stone clutched in your hand. The cicadas continue their song. The sunlight still filters through the leaves, but something has shifted. The immense weight of your isolation feels, for a brief instant, a little lighter. You've experienced a connection, however brief, that was untainted by power, by expectation, by fear. Fragile memory, a tiny ember in the vast darkness of your solitude. It's a reminder that beneath the layers of responsibility and the burden of empire, still a human heart that craves simple warmth and genuine interaction. This glimpse, however fleeting, a seed of understanding that will continue to grow, shaping your perception of the world and your place within it. Passage of time reveals that such moments, though rare, are crucial, are the anchors that prevent the emperor from being entirely consumed by the crushing weight of his singular destiny. As you rise, dirt from your knees, you pocket the small stone. The scent of rosemary and mint lingers, a subtle reminder of the boy and his simple truths, a whisper of the human connection that you so desperately seek and which you are beginning to understand might be found in the most unexpected places. The next stage of your journey will demand a deeper dive into the very nature of influence and persuasion, with the subtle arts of leadership in a world that values tradition and authority above all else. Primary sources reveal details that will change how you see this entire period, wrestling with the internal machinations of the imperial court, the subtle poisons of ambition, of expectation. But now, the very air outside the gilded cage of your palace feels different. A chill season, but of primal fear, seeps through the marble walls. The scent of wood smoke, a comforting aroma from the bustling city, now carries a sharp, acrid edge. Your eyes, the soft glow of oil lamps, and the intricate mosaics of your private chambers are drawn to the windows, to the distant haze that obscures the familiar horizon. This is not the dust of a summer's day, it is the dust of invasion, curated peace. You've been attempting to maintain the fragile balance of power you've been trying to understand, to be shattered by a force utterly beyond your immediate control. The abstract concept of threat solidifies into a tangible, terrifying reality. Your perspective shifts when the heavy oak doors of your audience chamber are flung open, not with the usual measured deference, jarring urgency. The murmuring of courtiers ceases abruptly. Standing before you, his usually immaculate toga dusted with sweat and grime, is a breathless messenger, a terror that even your carefully cultivated imperial stoicism cannot entirely dismiss. He carries not a dispatch, hastily scrawled map, its edges singed, its surface stained with what you pray is merely mud. Caesar. He gasps, his voice raw. Tribes, they have crossed the Danube, that the words hang in the air, heavy and suffocating. The Danube. That vast, a natural bulwark against the wild lands beyond. If they have crossed, then nothing is sacred, nothing is safe. You remember the lessons of your tutors, the tales of Goths and Vandals, of Huns and Sarmatians, peoples who lived beyond the civilized pale, a tapestry of raiding and survival. Now, they are not distant whispers, they are at your gates. The weight of the empire, which had felt like a heavy cloak, now feels like a crushing burden, pinning you to your throne. Your hands, accustomed to the smooth, your scepter, tremble slightly as you reach for the map. The parchment feels rough beneath your fingertips, faintly of sweat and desperation. Which tribes? You manage to croak, your voice sounding alien to your own ears. Swallows hard. The Alans, Caesar, and the Goths, thousands. They move with a speed we did not anticipate. The Alans, nomadic horsemen renowned for their ferocity and their skill with the bow. The Goths, a Germanic people, their migrations a constant source of anxiety along the empire's northern frontiers. Thousands. The sheer scale of it is overwhelming. At the faces of your advisors, only moments before we're engaged in hushed debates about grain prices and senatorial privileges. Now, their faces are pale with a fear that mirrors your own. Fabius, your grizzled general, his face a roadmap of past campaigns, steps forward, grim. Caesar, this is a grave development. He states, his voice a low rumble. Our legions on the frontier are stretched thin. The incursions have been increasing for months. But this is an organized invasion, not mere raiding. Your mind races. You recall the reports of skirmishes, the pleas for reinforcements that you had, perhaps the internal squabbles of the court, the endless demands for attention. had seemed so much more pressing. Now, consequences of that perceived inaction are staring you in the face, embodied by the terrified messenger and the ominous map. You can almost feel the tremor of their hooves on the earth, the glint of their steel in the sun. The air in the chamber, once warm and still, feels charged with a palpable tension, as if the very walls are listening, waiting for your command. Is the status of the legions stationed near the Rhine? You ask, forcing a calm you do not feel. Your mind flashes to the legions, the disciplined, hardened soldiers who are the backbone of your power. Are they ready? Are they equipped? You remember reading about the logistical challenges of supplying an army in the field, undertaking of moving thousands of men and their equipment. It's a far cry from ordering a new mosaic for the imperial baths. The 9th Hispana is on the move, Caesar, but their supply lines are vulnerable. 6th Victrix is still engaged with internal matters on the eastern frontier. And the 10th Gemini, he trails off on a point beyond your shoulder. Internal matters. The euphemism for civil unrest, for rival generals vying for power, weakens the empire from within, making it susceptible to the blows from without. You feel a surge of anger, primal frustration. You are the emperor, the supreme commander, yet your authority seems to fray at the edges, diluted by the ambitions of others. This is not the glorious leadership you might have imagined. Desperate struggle to simply maintain control. You can almost taste the metallic tang of fear in your own mouth, in your throat. We cannot afford internal matters any longer. You declare, your voice gaining strength still carries a tremor. Every available legion must be redeployed. Send riders to every frontier post. Every available man. This is no longer a matter of border skirmishes. The very survival of the empire. Your gaze sweeps across the assembled faces. You see a flicker of hope seated unease. They are looking to you for decisive action, strength and wisdom that you are still struggling to embody. The weight of those expectant gazes is almost unbearable. The Emperor, but in this moment you feel like a child thrust into a war he doesn't understand. Your perspective shifts when you consider the sheer logistical nightmare that lies ahead. The Empire, for all its grandeur, was a sprawling, moving troops across vast distances, ensuring they were fed and equipped. Their movements, these were tasks that required meticulous planning and unwavering execution. You recall reading about the vast network of roads the Empire had built, a testament to their engineering prowess. Even those roads could not instantly transport legions across continents. Trying to reroute an entire city's traffic through a single overloaded highway. You can smell the faint perfume from a lady in waiting fanning herself nervously in the corner. Stark contrast to the earthy smell of the messenger's sweat and the phantom scent of approaching barbarians. The smooth marble under your sandals suddenly feels less like solid ground and more like a precarious perch ready to crumble. Crafted illusions of power and control you've been clinging to are beginning to dissipate like morning mist. You are no longer just the Emperor. You are the shield, the sword, and the very soul of Rome. Facing a storm that threatens to engulf everything, the silence that follows your pronouncement is broken only by the distant clang of a blacksmith's hammer, a sound that now seems to echo the frantic beating of your own heart, a sound of preparation for a conflict that will test the very foundations of your world. Of the loneliest job in the world has just become immeasurably heavier. History settles gently on your shoulders as our story begins, not with the thunder of legions or the clamor of the Senate. persistent dampness that clings to the stone walls of your chambers. You are, for all intents and purposes, of Rome, a title that feels as alien and ill-fitting as the heavy wool tunic you've been gifted, dye smelling faintly of vinegar and something akin to dried menstrual blood, a common mordant. You've learned sleeping quarters within the sprawling Palatine Hill complex is cool, faint scent of olive oil from the lamps and the distant, earthy aroma of the city's sewage system. Testament to Roman engineering, however pungent, your hands, accustomed to the smooth, cool glass of a smartphone, weave of the linen sheets beneath them. This is not a dream, it is the stark, unvarnished reality of your new existence. Leanness of this position, even in these early days, is a palpable entity, a silent companion in every echoing corridor, conversation. The routine becomes familiar as you rise, the chill seeping through the thin soles of your sandals. A slave, a mask of practiced deference, offers you water from a bronze ewer. The water is cool, tasting faintly metallic. The simple act, a grounding anchor in this sea of overwhelming strangeness. Breakfast is a modest affair, spelt porridge, thick and slightly sweet with honey, accompanied by a few figs, their skin wrinkled and yielding. Honest, a stark contrast to the complex, often artificial flavors you'd grown accustomed to. You sit alone, silence amplifying the scrape of your spoon against the ceramic bowl. This isolation, you realize, is not a temporary state, fabric of imperial life. The immediate crisis, the external threat you'd glimpsed in the hushed whispers of advisors, your attention. Reports, painstakingly copied on papyrus scrolls, lie spread across a heavy oak table. The barbarian tribes along the Danube frontier, emboldened by internal strife you are only beginning to comprehend, are massing. A collection of seasoned generals and shrewd politicians offer conflicting advice. Fabius' roadmap of countless campaigns urges a swift, decisive military response, overwhelming force to crush the nascent rebellion before it gains momentum. A firm hand now. Caesar, he rumbles, his voice like gravel, will prevent greater bloodshed later. The legions are ready, eager to prove their loyalty. He smells of sweat and the faint, acrid tang of battlefield smoke that seems to cling to him. Then there is Cassius. Silken robes and carefully manicured beard betray a different sort of power, that of influence and persuasion. Cates for a more diplomatic approach, offering tribute and concessions to pacify the tribes. Rome's resources are strained by internal matters. War is a costly endeavor. Augustus, he murmurs, smooth as polished marble, carrying the scent of expensive perfume. We must husband our strength. Now can save thousands of lives and avert a drain on our treasury. His eyes, dark and knowing, seem to assess your every flicker of emotion. You listen, the weight of their words pressing down, the sheer responsibility of choosing the path, of potentially condemning thousands to death or igniting a wider conflict. Unbearable. Call a passage from a historical text you'd read on your phone, a treatise on military strategy that now feels incredibly distant. A nameless Roman legionary had written of the demoralizing effect of prolonged indecision on troops, how a wavering commander could sow seeds of doubt that would bloom into mutiny. This isn't a theoretical problem anymore, it's your reality. The routine becomes familiar as you decide to address the legions directly. The Palatine Hill, while grand, a gilded cage. You need to see the men, to feel their pulse, to remind them of what they fight for. Courted by a contingent of Praetorian guards, their polished armor glinting in the afternoon sun, you make your way to the Castra Praetoria camp. The air here is alive with the clang of metal on metal, the sharp commands of centurions, and the loma of thousands of men. The scent is a potent mix of sweat, horse dung, present aroma of wood smoke from their cooking fires. The sheer scale of the military machine is breathtaking. On a raised platform, the rough, hewn wood cool beneath your sandals. Before you stretches an ocean of faces, hardened, weathered. The silence that falls as you approach is absolute, a tangible entity. You can feel their eyes on you, 1,000 silent questions. You see the scars on their faces, the calloused hands gripping their pylons, the worn leather of their armor. The men who uphold the very fabric of this vast empire. The routine becomes familiar as you begin to speak, your voice, a stillness carrying across the assembled ranks. You speak of Rome, of its glory, of the peace and prosperity it has brought to the known world. You speak of the barbarians at the gates. They pose not just to the borders, but to the very way of life these men have sworn to protect. You remind them of their oaths. Ancestors who had built this empire with their blood and sweat. You speak of your own commitment, of your willingness to lead them. Soldiers of Rome! You proclaim, your voice gaining strength with each word, a strange, primal energy coursing through you. You are the shield of this empire! You are the sword that carves our destiny! The enemy may boast of their numbers, but they lack our discipline, our training, our unwavering resolve. You gesture towards the north of the impending threat. We will meet them not with fear, but with fury! We will show them the true might of Rome. You see heads nodding, fists clenching. A low, guttural roar begins to build, sound that washes over you, a visceral response that sends a shiver down your spine. It's not just loyalty you feel, deep, primal connection to these men, to their shared purpose. You notice a grizzled legionary near the front, etched with a lifetime of service, his eyes meeting yours with a flicker of something that looks like pride. Another younger man adjusts the strap of his helmet, his gaze fixed on your face with an almost desperate intensity, becomes familiar as you conclude your address, the roar of the legions echoing in your ears. The sheer power of that collective voice is intoxicating, a potent antidote to the pervasive loneliness, a surge of something akin to hope, a belief that perhaps, just perhaps, you can navigate this treacherous path. Escorted back to the Palatine, the sounds of the camp, the sharpening of blades, the distant roar of a lion in a practice arena, pounding of a blacksmith's hammer fade behind you, replaced by the echoing silence of your own chambers. Of history, however, feels a little lighter, the loneliness momentarily held at bay by the shared spirit of the legions. With a certainty that chills you, that the decisions you make in the coming days will shape the fate of millions, of the city outside your window, a constant reminder of the vastness of the empire you now command, offers no solace, realization of the immense burden you carry alone. The next dawn will bring new challenges, new advisors, present spectre of what lies beyond the known borders of Rome. In the quiet of your room, thief, let's step into a world where silence had different meanings, not the comfortable hush of a modern bedroom, pregnant with the echoes of countless lives, a silence that pressed in on you, the emperor, from all sides. The victory, hard won and bathed in the crimson of spilled blood, has settled over the encampment like a shroud. You are no longer on the cusp of battle. In its wake, the air, still thick with the metallic tang of iron and something acrid fear, perhaps the lingering scent of burnt offerings, offers no solace. Your hands, still faintly trembling from the adrenaline of command, feel the cool, smooth silk of your tunic, You trace the embroidered gold thread, a symbol of authority that feels heavier than any shield. You realize the weight of this victory is not in its triumph, but in its cost. The cheers of your legions, roaring tide of affirmation, now sound hollow, distant. They celebrate the vanquished enemy, but you see the faces of your own fallen. The raw, desperate courage of a young centurion, no older than 20, whose eyes met yours across the chaos before he was swallowed by the melee. You remember the guttural cries, the clang of steel on steel, the sickening thud of impact. These are the sounds that replay in the quiet moments, not the trumpets of victory. A temporary platform, a raised dais of rough, hewn timber overlooking the sprawling field of battle. The sun, in the overcast sky, casts long, mournful shadows. The air is cool, carrying the damp scent of churned earth and the faint, fallen leaves. Below, your legions are beginning to organize. Their polished lorica segmentata gleam dully. Their standards, vibrant with color, are now muddied and torn. A few soldiers are tending to the wounded, their movements slow and weary, engaged in the grim task of gathering the dead, their faces impassive masks. You see them, who have bled and died for your vision, and a profound sense of isolation washes over you. Your Majesty, a voice and deferential, breaks through your reverie. It is Lucius, your trusted tribune, his face etched with the fatigue of the campaign. A respectful distance away, his posture impeccably straight, his gaze fixed on a point just beyond your shoulder. Cingulum creaks softly as he shifts his weight. You turn, forcing a smile that feels brittle. Lucius, your voice is raspy, unused to speaking beyond commands. The prisoners are secured, Caesar. Lucius reports, and the spoils are being catalogued. A considerable haul, by all accounts. Much of it will replenish the treasury, allowing for the necessary reparations. He pauses, choosing his words carefully. The word, reparations, hangs in the air, for the tribute exacted from the defeated. You nod, your gaze drifting back to the field. Lucius's jaw tightens almost imperceptibly. The physicians are doing what they can, Your Majesty. Nos, they are significant. Many will not see another dawn. He hesitates, then adds, the men speak of your bravery, of your presence on the front lines. They say your eagle standard never wavered. You feel a flicker of something akin to pride by the overwhelming reality. It is their bravery that matters, Lucius, their sacrifice. You look at him directly, searching his. Are there any specific requests from the men beyond their due? Lucius meets your gaze. Ask for leave to return home, Your Majesty, to tend to their families, to find work in the quieter provinces. Others, the veterans, desire for land, for a place to settle and rebuild their lives. They have earned it. You consider this of the Empire, the constant need for legions to patrol its borders, to quell unrest, to expand its reach. Leave would weaken your defenses. Yet these men are not mere instruments of war. They are fathers, sons, husbands. You recall the warmth of your own family, a memory from a life that feels increasingly distant, almost like a dream. The harshness of your current existence, the relentless pressure of leadership, leaves little room for such personal comforts. Gratitude to the legions, Lucius. You say, your voice low. Tell them their emperor acknowledges their valor. Regarding leave and land, we will discuss it with the Senate. But know this, their service will not be forgotten. Sure, the wounded are treated with the utmost care. Provisions must be made for their families. Lucius bows his head. Caesar. He lingers for a moment, as if about to say more, then turns and strides away to the bustle of the recovering army. Gradually, you realize the true price of victory is paid not in gold or territory. Quiet erosion of your own humanity. Each life lost, each wound inflicted, leaves a scar on your soul. The architect of this destruction, the one who signed the orders, who rallied the troops, who bore the ultimate responsibility, both friend and foe begin to blur into a single, haunting tableau. You remember a lecture from your tutor, named Marcus, who spoke of the Stoic philosopher Seneca's writings on the burden of leadership. Seneca's words, once academic, chilling truth: the emperor is a solitary figure, his triumphs celebrated by many, his burdens borne alone. Among your men, your presence, a deliberate act of reassurance, is filled with the smell of wood smoke from hastily erected fires, the low murmur of conversation, clang of a dropped pot. You see a soldier sharing a piece of hardtack with a comrade, resting on the other's shoulder, a small gesture, but in this context, it feels like an act of profound solidarity. You reach out to clap a man on the back, but your hand falters. What right do you have to touch them, to offer them comfort, when you are the one who sent them into the jaws of death? She approaches you, a woman in a simple woolen tunic, her face smudged with dirt, basin of water and a clean cloth. Her eyes, though wary, hold a quiet strength. This is Anya, followers who assist with the wounded. She has seen more suffering than most men twice her age. Your Majesty, she says, soft but clear. She offers you the basin. For your hands, you take the cloth, dipping it into the cool water. The sensation is surprisingly grounding. You wipe your face, the water washing away the grime and the sweat, but not the weariness. At the lines of exhaustion around her eyes, the calluses on her hands. Thank you, Anya, you say, your voice rough. Your sisters are doing a vital service. She dips her head. It is our duty, your Majesty, who have defended us. She hesitates. Then, with a bravery that mirrors that of your soldiers, she adds, he was with the 3rd Legion. He did not return. Her voice cracks slightly. Your heart sinks. Face, you will never know another life extinguished. I am deeply sorry for your loss. Anya, you say, the words feeling inadequate. The Empire owes him a great debt. She meets your gaze, her eyes glistening. He believed in the cause, your Majesty. He believed in you. She then turns, her duty calling her back to the wounded, the weight of her unspoken grief. Gradually, you realize that even in victory, the loneliness of the Emperor is absolute, surrounded by thousands, yet utterly alone. Your decisions, however just, have consequences that ripple through countless lives. The cheers of the crowd are a distant echo, drowned out by the silent screams of the fallen and the quiet desperation of those left behind. This realization settles upon you, a heavy cloak woven from the threads of duty, loss, and an unending solitude. Ahead is long, and it is paved with the ghosts of battles won. You look out at the setting sun, orb sinking below the horizon, mirroring the slow descent of your own spirit into the quiet, unforgiving realm of the Emperor, with a certainty that chills you to the bone that this is only the beginning of the true cost. Tomorrow, the reports will arrive, the exact number of casualties, the requisition orders for more supplies, the political maneuvering in the Senate cycle continues. But for tonight, in this fleeting moment of twilight, you are simply a man burdened by the immense command, a man who has learned that victory, in its truest sense, is a victory of the spirit, is a battle you must fight alone. The quiet of the camp, once a sign of order restored, now feels like a profound, echoing silence to the immeasurable human cost of your hard-won triumph. You turn towards your tent, of the world pressing down on your shoulders, already anticipating the dawn and the next set of impossible choices. Darkness settles around you now, darkness that meant something completely different, not the comforting cloak of night that allows for rest, absence of light that signified true hardship. You wake up not to the crisp air of your ancestral villa, but to the damp chill of a cramped insula, the rough wool of a thin blanket scratching against your skin, thick with the mingled sense of stale cooking oil, human sweat, something vaguely unpleasant from the overflowing latrine down the narrow alleyway. Your eyes, to the soft glow of oil lamps in your imperial chambers, struggle to discern the outlines of the small, crowded room. This is not a dream, this is your new reality, as you, the Emperor, have somehow been transported into the life of a plebeian citizen. Straw mattress beneath you offers little comfort. Its springs, long since surrendered to the relentless press of bodies, rhythmic, rasping breath of your family. A mother huddled close for warmth on the same narrow cot outside the city of Rome, even in the pre-dawn hours of 79 AD. The clatter of wooden sandals on cobblestones, the distant bleating of a goat, the sharp cries of street vendors hawking their wares before the sun even crests the horizon. These sounds, filtered through the thick walls of your palace, now assault your ears with an immediate, raw intensity, clinging to your skin, a persistent film that no amount of scrubbing seems to remove. Your stomach growls a hollow of the meager meal you'd shared the previous evening, a handful of barley gruel and a sliver of hard cheese. To weeks, the stark reality of your new existence truly sinks in. Threats that once occupied your imperial mind, the simmering unrest in Britannia, the Barian tribes massing on the Danube frontier, now seem distant, almost abstract. Your immediate concerns are far more visceral. Food for the day, avoiding the unwelcome attention of the vigils, and enduring the sheer physical exhaustion of manual labor. You work alongside men whose hands are calloused and cracked, their faces etched with a wariness that goes beyond mere fatigue, carry heavy amphorae of wine from the docks to the bustling markets near the Forum Boreum, the salty tang of the Tiber filling your nostrils with every step. The sun beats down relentlessly, baking your skin, stings your eyes. The stark contrast between your former life of silks and marble and this existence of coarse tunics and crumbling brick. Afternoon, you find yourself in the shadow of the massive Basilica Julia, seeking a moment's respite from the sun. A woman, clothes patched, approaches you hesitantly. She carries a small, emaciated child swaddled in rags. She begins, her voice raspy. "My little Lucius," he coughs something fierce. "The physician," he asks for coin I do not have. "Would you spare even a denarius?" You look at her, really look at her, and see not a supplicant, a reflection of the countless faces you'd glimpsed from your gilded litter, faces you'd rarely truly registered. Reach into the meager pouch at your waist, your fingers brushing against the few worn coins you've managed to earn. You offer her two, desperate hope widen, and a weak smile flickers across her lips. "May the gods bless you," she whispers, as if they were precious jewels. This small act of charity, so insignificant in your former life, feels monumental now. You are in the bustling Suburra, the labyrinthine district known for its crowded tenements and vibrant, often dangerous. You are helping a baker, a burly man named Marcus, with flour perpetually dusted on his beard. Knead dough for the morning's loaves. The rhythmic thud of his fists on the dough is almost hypnotic. Sweat from his brow with the back of his hand, leaving a white streak. "You're new to this, aren't you?" he asks, rumble. "You've got soft hands for a labourer." You nod, offering a non-committal grunt. "My father was a scribe." You lie, the words feeling foreign on your tongue. Marcus chuckles, a deep, guttural sound. "Scribes sit in the shade, scratching at papyrus. This is real work. This is what keeps Rome fed." He pauses, then leans closer, his voice dropping. "But it's honest work, and it puts bread on the table. Some I see who rely on the whims of the powerful. His words, laced with a subtle cynicism, strike a chord. You recall the vast granaries, the carefully managed grain dole that kept the populace pacified, a system you'd overseen with detached efficiency. Now, the precariousness of that peace. You discover in your research, or rather, experience, that the grain dole, while essential, was never quite enough for everyone, especially those in the overcrowded insulae. The cost of basic foodstuffs like wheat and olive oil fluctuated wildly based on harvests, and even the emperor's perceived favor. You witness families stretching a single loaf of bread over several days, starkly visible beneath their thin skin. The smell of roasting meat, aroma wafting from the taverns catering to the wealthier citizens, is a tantalizing, almost cruel scent that only serves to highlight your own gnawing hunger. You learn that a simple fever, the advanced medicines available in your imperial infirmary, could be a death sentence here. As to even basic herbal remedies was a luxury. As days blur into weeks, you begin to understand the sheer mental fortitude required to simply survive. You see the petty squabbles over shared water sources, bargaining in the marketplace, the ever-present fear of disease and destitution. You witness a public flogging in the forum, sharp crack of the whip echoing through the stunned silence of the crowd. The victim, a young man accused of theft, cries out in agony, his body writhing under the lash. You feel a visceral, unfamiliar pang of empathy, a stark contrast to the cool, detached pronouncements of justice you once issued. This is not the grand stage of politics and warfare. This is the raw struggle for existence, a far cry from the intellectual debates with your advisors or the strategic planning sessions for distant campaigns. Silent, grinding reality of the majority, a reality you, as emperor, had never truly seen, let alone understood. The contrast between your former imperial life and this plebeian existence is like comparing a vibrant tapestry woven with gold thread to a rough sackcloth. Meticulously prepared meals, roasted dormice with honey, spiced wine, flown in from distant provinces, and compare them to the watery lentil soup you now eat. You remember the opulent baths, fumed oils, the soft silks that caressed your skin, and contrast them with the gritty reality of your current surroundings. Air feels different, heavier, dirtier, filled with the constant hum of human struggle. You realize that the emperor, all his power, is fundamentally isolated from the very people he rules. His pronouncements, his decrees, his grand military triumphs, they are all built upon a foundation of unseen, unacknowledged suffering. You are standing by the Tiber, watching the sluggish, muddy water flow past when you overhear a conversation between two laborers. "Did you hear?" One says, "An urgent. There's talk of a new tax on hearth fires." The other groans, "Another burden. When will it end? To keep warm in winter." The first man spits into the river. "The emperor needs money for his wars, they say. Ever see what it costs us?" This question hangs in the air, heavy and unanswered. You, the emperor, the funding for those very wars, the very expenses that necessitate such taxes, truly reckoned with the personal impact on the common man. And it's a chilling realization, a moment of profound self-discovery, loneliness of leadership, a loneliness born not of isolation, inability to truly connect with the lived experiences of your people. The weight of this understanding, physical hardship, begins to press down on you, a subtle but undeniable ache. As the sun dips below the horizon, long shadows across the city, you find yourself drawn to the grandeur of the Pantheon, to architectural genius and imperial ambition. You stand outside, gazing at its imposing dome, structure you yourself may have commissioned or at least approved in your former life. Yet tonight it doesn't inspire awe. Instead, you see it as a monument to a system that, while capable of such magnificent achievements, perpetuates such widespread hardship. The distant sound of a legion marching, sound that once signified security and strength, now seems like a harbinger of further demands on the already strained resources of the populace. Tomorrow, the struggle will continue, and you, the Emperor, are now intimately acquainted with its brutal, unglamorous truth. The primary sources you've studied offer glimpses, but to truly understand the cost of empire, must walk in the sandals of those who bear its weight. The further back we go, the more we realize how much courage ordinary life required. Imagine, if you will, not the grand pronouncements from gilded balconies, quiet, persistent struggle against the elements, against scarcity, against the sheer inertia of a world that offered little in the way of comfort. You, as Emperor, are now privy to the raw, unvarnished truth of that struggle, a truth that whispers from the dust of forgotten granaries and the worn stones of humble dwellings. You've seen the hollow eyes, the stooped shoulders, the gnawing hunger that marked the lives of so many citizens. And now, weight of that observation presses upon you, a tangible thing, like the heavy purple toga you sometimes wear, of power, but the weight of responsibility, of a deep, aching empathy for the lives unfolding beyond the palace walls. Silks of your chambers, the intricate mosaics beneath your feet, murmur of the city, these are the outward manifestations of an empire, but the true heart of it beats in the rhythm of the common man's day, a rhythm often dictated by the harsh realities of survival. You recall the chilled air on your face as you walked through the forum, scent of wood smoke and something vaguely unpleasant, perhaps the unwashed masses, a poorly managed tannery mingling with the sweeter aroma of baking bread from a nearby pistrinum, of the rough-spun fabric of a beggar's tunic brushing against your own fine wool, the startled look in his eyes, a mixture of fear and a flicker of something else, something akin to desperate hope. That hope, you now understand, is what you must nurture, what you must build upon. The legions have secured the borders, the Senate offers its counsel, often self-serving, you've learned. But it is the quiet dedication of the laborers, the ingenuity of the artisans, farmers, that truly sustains this vast dominion. And it is for them, for their daily bread, shelter from the biting winter winds, that your focus must now sharpen. The world around you evolves, and with it, understanding of what it means to lead. Discontent you heard in Part 13 were not merely the grumbles of the disaffected, they were the cries of genuine need. You've spent sleepless nights poring over scrolls, not of military victories or diplomatic triumphs, but of agricultural yields, aqueduct maintenance records, of the fluctuating price of grain in Ostia. You discovered in the imperial archives a seldom open section filled with the dry scent of aged papyrus, a detailed account from the reign of Augustus, the meticulous planning that went into ensuring Rome's grain supply. It was a revelation, the sheer logistical complexity of feeding 1 million people, a task that required constant vigilance and shrewd political maneuvering. Now that the emperor isn't just a warrior or a judge, he is, in essence, the ultimate public servant, seer of the empire's very infrastructure. Your gaze falls upon a detailed map of the city, a vast oak table in your private study. The city of Rome, a sprawling organism of marble and brick. You are only just beginning to comprehend. You trace the faint lines of the Cloaca Maxima, the ancient sewer system, a marvel of engineering that even now needed constant attention to prevent blockage and disease. You see the aqueducts of the city stretching like stony arteries from distant hills, bringing the precious gift of clean water. You also see the areas where these arteries were thin, where the flow was weak, where the water was often brackish and contaminated. A voice breaks the silence, and you look up to see Fabius, your most trusted advisor, his face etched with the familiar lines of deep thought. He carries a small, intricately carved wooden box. The air in the study, perfumed with incense, now carries the faint, earthy aroma of damp clay from a sample he holds. Fabius, you acknowledge a low rumble. What is it? A delegation from the plebeian quarters. Sire, he begins, his tone measured. Constant dampness in their insulae, of families huddled together for warmth, of children suffering from lung ailments. Brought a sample of the mortar used in the lower levels, claiming it crumbles at the touch. He opens the wooden box, revealing a handful of grey, powdery material. You take a pinch between your fingers. It feels gritty, insubstantial. Crumble. You say. You rub it between your thumb and forefinger, feeling the fine grains. They propose. They suggest a stronger blend of lime and volcanic ash. Sire, similar to that used in the foundations of the Pantheon, though they understand the cost would be significant. Fabius pauses, meeting yours. They claim it would create a more durable, water-resistant structure. The dampness and the resultant sickness. Opus caementicium, a more refined version of the concrete used for the larger structures. The Pantheon, you recall from your studies, was begun by Agrippa and rebuilt by Hadrian, a testament to Roman engineering prowess. The sheer scale and longevity of that structure speak volumes about the quality of their materials. You consider the implications. See Suli, the multi-stortment buildings where the majority of Rome's population lived, would be a monumental undertaking. Not just new materials, but also potentially new building codes, inspections, and a vast expenditure of resources. Fabius, you mentioned it would be significant. You gesture towards the map. Grand temples or the triumphal arches. These are the homes of our people. Projected cost of reinforcing the lower levels of, say, 100 such insulae, a Fabius-size lation that barely disturbs the still air. The estimates are considerable, Your Majesty, speaking of thousands of denarii, perhaps tens of thousands for the initial phase, does not account for the skilled labor required, the supervisors, the distribution of materials. You nod slowly, the decision settling upon you. This is not a matter of conquest or punishment, but of fundamental civic improvement. Emperor Vespasian, who, despite his reputation as a pragmatic soldier, initiated vast public works, including the Colosseum, implemented a tax on public urinals, the so-called urine tax, to fund these projects. He understood that revenue could be generated from the very necessities of life, however unpalatable the source. of the people is paramount. Fabius, you state your voice firm. A sick populace cannot contribute to the empire. Farm, they cannot build, they cannot defend. You pick up another scroll. The distribution of grain to the populace. We provide them with sustenance, also provide them with shelter that does not breed illness. Indeed, sire, Fabius replies. And there is also the matter of the aqueducts themselves. The Aqua Claudia, for instance, while magnificent, has sections that are aging. Cracks have been reported, leading to significant water loss. The engineers propose a more robust repair system, podzolanic ash mixed with lime, to seal these breaches. It is a more expensive, more effective solution than the simple patching that has been done previously. The Aqua Claudia, completed in 52 AD. One of the most impressive of Rome's aqueducts, bringing water from the Anio River. The idea of water loss, seeping away into the earth before it could reach the citizens, struck you as profoundly wasteful. Watching the lifeblood of the empire drain away. So, insulae needing reinforcement and the aqueducts requiring more substantial repair. You muse aloud, sweeping over the detailed plans. These are not small undertakings. They require foresight, planning, a willingness to invest in the future. Returns are not as spectacular as a military victory. You recall reading about the construction of Hadrian's Wall in Britannia, of structure that, while serving a military purpose, also represented a significant investment in infrastructure and border security, was a form of public works, albeit one with a more direct defensive objective. We must find the funds, Fabius. You declare, resolve hardening your voice. Perhaps we can re-evaluate the Treasury's allocations. Any expenditures that could be deferred, any less essential projects. You think of the extravagant games, imperial banquets. While these were important for maintaining public morale and projecting imperial power, a temporary scaling back was in order. Fabius nods, his expression one of quiet understanding, drawing up revised budget proposals. Your Majesty, we can also explore the possibility of a more targeted tax on luxury goods, on the profits of the larger shipping companies operating out of Ostia, greatly from the empire's stability and infrastructure. You lean back in your chair, velvet a stark contrast to the rough texture of the crumbling mortar you still held. The sheer scale of the task ahead is daunting. For the first time, you feel a genuine sense of purpose, a connection to the tangible needs of your people. About abstract governance, it is about ensuring that a child in a cramped insula has clean water to drink, home is warm and dry, that the very foundations of their lives are solid. It is a lonely job, yes. In these moments of practical problem solving, in the quiet contemplation of how to improve the lives of millions, understand the true, albeit often unseen, rewards of wearing the imperial purple. Damp clay lingers in your nostrils, a reminder of the work that needs to be done, of the lives that depend on your decisions. Evening shadows lengthen, you feel a quiet anticipation, a sense of direction, as you prepare to delve deeper into the practicalities of building a better Rome, brick by painstaking brick. The scent of wood smoke drifts through your consciousness as we begin this journey in the often unsettling reality of your imperial existence. You find yourself in your private chambers, the cool marble beneath your bare feet a stark contrast to the rough wool of your tunic. Sunlight filtered through alabaster panes, shifting patterns on the mosaic floor, a scene of bucolic peace that belies the turbulent currents beneath the surface of your reign. Thick with the aroma of roasting figs and honeyed wine, a breakfast prepared by unseen hands, machinery of the palace that operates ceaselessly to serve you. Yet, even with such abundance, solitude clings to you, a constant companion in this gilded cage you recall seems to carry the weight of an empire. The ambitious public works projects initiated earlier in your reign. Forumborium, once a bustling marketplace, was being revitalized with grander porticos and a new basilica, testament to your desire to foster trade and prosperity. The aqueduct, stretching like a stony serpent across the Campagna, was nearing completion, promising a reliable supply of fresh water to the burgeoning districts of Rome. These were not born of malice, genuine intent, a desire to improve the lives of your citizens, to leave a tangible mark of your stewardship, bustling markets, clean streets, and a healthier populace. Slowly but surely, however, consequences began to surface like weeds pushing through meticulously laid paving stones. The new basilica, while aesthetically pleasing, displaced a number of smaller artisan workshops, their owners, once independent and proud, reduced to seeking employment as laborers on the very structures that had swallowed their livelihoods. Detailed report, a dry recitation of figures and grievances from one of your trusted advisors, a man named Lucius, perpetually etched with the burdens of administration. Your Majesty, Lucius began, a low murmur as he stood before your ornate throne, the rich purple of his toga a stark contrast to the simple grey of your own robe. The displacement of these artisans, while regrettable, necessary step to create a more unified and grand public space. The economic impact, while initially disruptive, to be offset by increased trade in the new marketplace. He gestured vaguely towards the window. Sounds of hammers and chisels still echoed. Your gaze drifted past him to a small ivory carving on a nearby table. Delegation from Egypt. It depicted a scarab beetle, intricately detailed, its wings outstretched. You picked it up, feeling its smooth coolness in your palm. Lucius, you said, your voice soft, yet carrying an undeniable authority that always surprised you. When I commissioned these works, I did not intend to create new hardships. I envisioned prosperity for all who could afford a stall in the new basilica. Lucius bowed his head. Indeed, Caesar. However, progress often involves such recalcitrant elements. The aqueduct, for instance, while bringing water to the city, extensive land acquisition, disrupting agricultural patterns in the surrounding countryside. Some farmers had tilled the same soil for generations, found themselves displaced. Lands now part of the aqueduct's right of way. You remembered a meeting with a delegation of these farmers, weathered and lined, their hands calloused from a lifetime of labor. They had pleaded with you, their voices raw with desperation. An old man named Marius had spoken with a quiet dignity that had stayed with you. Caesar, he had said, his eyes meeting yours directly, the water will flow and Rome will drink. But what of us? What of the earth that has nourished us, has fed our children? It is not merely land, it is our history, our identity. You had been unable to offer them immediate solace, promises of compensation and resettlement. The sheer scale of the undertaking, the immense logistical challenges, whelmed your ability to address every individual concern. The empire was a vast, interconnected organism, and every action, no matter how well-intentioned, sent ripples through its intricate network. And the compensation provided? You asked Lucius, feeling heavy in your hand. It was in accordance with established imperial precedent, Your Majesty, Lucius replied, grilly neutral. The valuations were conducted by impartial surveyors. Impartial. The word tasted like ash in your mouth. What was impartial to an empire was often devastating to an individual. you had read in the archives, in accounts of earlier emperors, the constant struggle to balance the needs of the state with the well-being of its people. It was a tightrope walk, and you felt the precariousness of your position. The very act of governing, of attempting to impose order and progress, inherently create disruption. It was a paradox you grappled with daily. Also commissioned the construction of public baths in the poorer districts, a gesture of goodwill and a recognition of the importance of hygiene. Provide a clean and accessible space for all citizens, regardless of their station. However, sheer volume of people using these new facilities, coupled with the limited capacity of the sewage systems in those older neighborhoods, to new problems. Overflowing latrines, unsanitary conditions, the spread of certain ailments became a recurring complaint, a stark reminder that even a simple act of providing a public amenity could have unforeseen consequences. You remembered a particular incident, a heated exchange with a senator, a staunch traditionalist named Titus, opposed to the expansion of public services. These subsidies for the plebeians are a drain on the treasury, Titus had declared, his face flushed with indignation. During a session of the Senate, they breed idleness and dependence, earn their own way, as our ancestors did. You had countered, your voice firm, Titus' duty to ensure that all citizens have the opportunity to live with dignity. A healthy populace is a productive populace. These baths, these improvements are not charity, they are investments in the strength of Rome. But even as you spoke, doubt had been sown. Were these investments truly yielding the intended results, papering over deeper societal fissures, creating new dependencies and unintended burdens? The sheer complexity of managing a vast empire, a sprawling tapestry of diverse peoples and competing interests, was a daunting task. You understood with a growing sense of wariness that every decision, every policy was a gamble, calculated risk with outcomes that could never be fully predicted. You placed the scarab back on the table, smooth surface now feeling strangely alien. The weight of your decisions, the constant striving to do what was right, felt like trying to steer a colossal ship through a storm, where every turn of the helm could lead to a new peril. Be a benevolent ruler, a shepherd to your flock, but the flock was vast and unruly. Of society was a treacherous terrain. As the sunlight shifted, casting longer shadows across the room, familiar pang of loneliness, you could consult with advisors, receive reports, and issue decrees. Ultimate burden of consequence, the solitary responsibility for the well-being of millions, rested solely on your shoulders. The grandeur of your palace, the opulence of your surroundings, could not shield you from the profound isolation of the imperial office. The scent of wood smoke, once a comfort, now seemed to carry a hint of melancholy, a reminder of the simpler lives you had once known. The complex, often contradictory reality you now inhabited, the journey of understanding, grasping the intricate web of cause and effect that defined your rule, was far from over. Path ahead remained shrouded in a mist of uncertainty. Slowly but surely, the weight of these realizations settles upon you in the vast silence of your imperial solitude. As the day draws to a close and the first stars begin to prick the twilight sky, you prepare for another night, another cycle of thought and contemplation, wondering what new, unforeseen challenges the dawn will bring. We're going to experience history not from textbooks, but from the inside. Imagine you are the emperor, not a distant figure, but a man burdened by the weight of an empire, a man whose every breath is scrutinized, could spark a rebellion or secure a dynasty. This is the lonely reality of absolute power, a reality we'll delve into careful layer to understand the true isolation of the Roman emperor. The cool, polished marble of your private chambers offers little comfort. The air, lingering scent of myrrh and beeswax from the evening's lamps, feels heavy, oppressive. You trace the intricate patterns of the mosaic floor with your eyes, a swirling depiction of Jupiter's triumph. Stark contrast to the gnawing unease in your gut, the flickering torchlight casting long shadows across the frescoed walls depicting your ancestors' glorious victories seems to mock your current disquiet. Feel the phantom chill of the night air on your skin, even though the brazier in the corner radiates a steady warmth. And glowing like embers of suspicion, the rough wool of your tunic, a simple garment for an emperor in private, feels scratchy against your skin, a constant, irritating reminder of your physical presence, your vulnerability. Turn to days as the whispers begin. They start as faint murmurs carried on the wind from the forum, seeping through the cracks in the palace walls like insidious ivy. You try to dismiss them, to relegate them to the realm of idle gossip, the usual chatter of the plebs and the ambitious senators. But these whispers are different. They speak of plots of cabals, men you thought loyal gathering in darkened rooms, their voices low and urgent. You recall a conversation with Fabius, trusted Praetorian prefect, just yesterday. His words, usually so clear and direct, had a subtle evasiveness, constructed ambiguity that now prickles at your awareness. He had spoken of troop movements near the German frontier, of necessary precautions, but his eyes, usually so steady, had flickered away from yours when you asked for specifics. His voice, a deep baritone, had echoed in your memory. The legions are disciplined, command. But there was a pause, a fractional hesitation that had passed unnoticed then, but now screamed betrayal. You remember the taste of the watered wine he had offered you, slightly bitter, and the faint metallic tang on your tongue, sensation you dismissed as the residue of the spiced honey. Now, you wonder, the guards outside your chamber door, segmentita gleaming in the torchlight, are a constant, unnerving presence. Their faces, impassive and trained. Solace, are they loyal, or are they merely waiting for the opportune moment to turn their swords on you? You recall an anecdote from the historian Tacitus, writing about the reign of Tiberius, how the emperor became increasingly paranoid, trusting no one, living in constant fear of assassination. You feel a kinship with that long, dead ruler, a chilling recognition of your shared isolation. You remember reading about the elaborate security measures taken by some emperors, the use of trusted servants to taste your food, constant rotation of guards, the sheer exhausting effort of merely existing. She, your wife, a woman you once loved with a fierce, now seems distant. Her smiles are polite, her inquiries about your well-being perfunctory. You remember the early days, the whispered secrets under the vast expanse of the Roman sky. Now her silken robes rustle with a new, brittle sound. Once so warm and reassuring, feel cool and possessive when they brush against your arm. Did she overhear something? Growing web of suspicion. The scent of her expensive perfume, rose and jasmine, used to be intoxicating. Now, something else, something unreadable. You summon your chief scribe, a stooped man named Lucius, his face a roadmap of ancient scrolls and ink stains. You ask him to review the recent petitions, the correspondence from provincial governors. His hands tremble as he presents the scrolls, his gaze darting nervously towards the shadows. Faint smudge of dark ink on his thumb, a smudge that wasn't there yesterday. You ask him about any unusual messages, communications. He stammers, nothing. Caesar, nothing out of the ordinary. The usual administrative matters. But the tremor in his voice, The way his eyes avoid yours speaks volumes. You remember a passage from Suetonius describing the emperor's reliance on spies and informants, a necessary evil that ultimately poisoned the wells of trust. The vastness of the Palatine Hill, once a symbol of your unassailable power, like a gilded cage. The luxurious tapestries on the walls, depicting mythological scenes of divine favor, human frailty. You can almost taste the dust of forgotten empires in the air, emperors past whispering warnings. The weight of the purple Ev Toga text draped over a nearby chair feels impossibly heavy, a shroud rather than a symbol of authority. You can hear the distant sounds of the city, the rumble of carts, street vendors, the muffled laughter from a nearby tavern, a world that feels both intimately yours and utterly alien. You recall the Emperor Vespasian, who famously said, "Non olet, money does not smell," a pragmatic approach to governance that seems impossibly distant from your current anxieties. Yourself staring at your reflection in a polished silver mirror, stares back is etched with a wariness that goes beyond mere physical fatigue. The lines around your eyes seem deeper, beneath them more pronounced. You are the emperor, the Pontifex Maximus, the father of the fatherland, yet you feel utterly alone. Sea of veiled intentions and unspoken threats. The very foundations of your world, once so solid, seem to shift and tremble beneath your feet. You can feel the phantom pressure of a crown, not of gold, but of thorns. Hours turn to days as the isolation intensifies. The carefully constructed walls of trust you've built around yourself begin to crumble. Exposed nerve of your vulnerability. Every polite nod, every deferential bow is now suspect. Question everything, everyone. The very air you breathe feels charged with unspoken accusations. The rich aroma of roasted boar. Your solitary supper now carries a faint, acrid undertone of fear. Feel the cold steel of a dagger against your throat in the quiet moments between breaths. The silence of your chambers is no longer a sanctuary, but a vast echoing emptiness filled with the phantom voices of your enemies. Of the empire, once a source of pride, now feels like a crushing burden, a constant reminder of the impossible loneliness of your position. You can almost taste the metallic tang of blood on the back of your tongue, a premonition of the violence that seems to lurk just beyond the flickering torchlight. You've probably heard romanticized tales about this period, but the reality was far more complex. The silks you wear against your skin are a constant reminder of the vast resources at your disposal, yet they offer no true comfort. You stand on the mosaic floor of your private atrium, the cool tesserae a familiar sensation beneath your bare feet. Sunlight, filtered through the velarium stretched high above, casts dappled patterns on the intricately carved marble of the impluvium, where rainwater collects, reflecting the cerulean sky. The air is thick with the scent of jasmine and the fainter aroma of burnt incense, a futile attempt to ward off unseen evils. Hear the distant murmur of the city, the clang of a blacksmith's hammer, the cries of street vendors, the rumble of cartwheels on cobblestones, a symphony of a world that feels increasingly alien to you, but can no longer truly touch. This is not the glorious reign of legend. It is a gilded cage, forged from your own growing suspicion. Experience becomes your teacher, and yours has been a brutal tutor. Once dismissed as the grumblings of malcontents, now echo in your mind like pronouncements of doom. Every averted gaze, hushed conversation in the Senate, overly deferential bow from a senator you suspect of harboring ambition, it all feeds the gnawing unease. The incident with Gaius Valerius Flaccus, general, whose loyalty you had never doubted until he spoke too freely, of returning power to the Senate that felt like a dagger aimed at your very soul. His banishment, though deemed a necessary precaution by your advisors, left a bitter taste in your mouth. You remember the precise moment you signed the decree, the scratch of your stylus on papyrus. It was a decision made under duress, fueled by the ever-present fear of a coup, a fear that had begun to bloom like a poisonous flower in the hothouse of your imperial authority. You find yourself scrutinizing every face in your court, searching for the flicker of dissent, the veiled threat. The legionaries who guard your palatial residence, their polished armor gleaming under the oil lamps, are no longer symbols of your strength, but potential instruments of your downfall. You remember a conversation with your trusted Praetorian prefect, a man named Lucius. Face and steady gaze had always been a source of reassurance. Today, however, to your probing questions about troop movements near the Germanic frontier felt rehearsed, for the increased patrols was logical, citing barbarian incursions, but a small, insistent voice in your head questioned its veracity. Was he genuinely concerned for your safety, or was he subtly testing your awareness, your reactions to a potential diversion? You recall the taste of watered wine that evening, sweetness doing little to mask the bitterness in your mouth. You saw your reflection in a polished bronze shield hanging on the wall, a tired man, his brow furrowed, his eyes darting nervously. The crimson of your toga, once a symbol of power, now felt like the blood of your own lost peace. Constant vigilance has begun to erode the very foundations of your sanity. Sleep offers little respite. Nightmares plague you. Visions of assassins lurking in shadowed alcoves, of the mob baying for your blood, of the purple robes being torn from your shoulders. In a cold sweat, the rough wool of your sleeping tunic clinging to your skin, scent of lavender from your chambers doing nothing to dispel the phantom stench of fear. You remember one particularly harrowing night when the wind howled like a banshee outside the palace walls. It was the sound of an invading army. You rose from your couch, the heavy silk of your nightshirt trailing behind you, your bedchamber, the marble floor cool beneath your feet. You touched the reassuring solidity of the walls, frescoes depicting scenes of your glorious victories, but even they seemed to mock your present fragility. You recall a conversation with your physician, a man known for his calm demeanor and herbal remedies, you to take more frequent breaks, to spend time in the imperial gardens. He spoke of the calming effects of nature, of the restorative power of sunlight. You nodded, but inside you knew his words were as hollow as the promises of your enemies. You saw your own hands shake as you reached for a goblet of cool water, the tremor of betrayal of your carefully constructed composure. The psychological toll is immense. The weight of responsibility, once a source of pride, now feels like an unbearable burden. Every decision, how trivial, is fraught with the potential for disaster. The grain shipments from Egypt, the allocation of funds for public works, provincial governors, each carries the silent threat of dissent, of rebellion, of being perceived as weak. You recall a recent decree concerning the taxation of olive oil, a policy intended to bolster the imperial treasury. With your financial advisors, men whose loyalty seemed unquestionable, their arguments meticulously researched. As the decree was circulated, you heard rumors of unrest in the provinces, of merchants grumbling about the increased burden. A letter arrived from a senator in Hispania, a man named Fabius, whose correspondence had always been marked by respectful deference. But this one contained veiled criticisms hinting at the potential for widespread discontent. You held the papyrus, texture a stark contrast to the smooth papyrus you were accustomed to. You could almost smell the olive oil itself, a scent that now carried the bitter tang of your own political vulnerability. You remembered the taste of figs that morning, their sweetness now tinged with the soreness of anxiety. You find yourself increasingly isolated, a prisoner of your own power. Laughter of your family, once a source of joy, now seems distant, tinged with a fear you cannot articulate. You see the concern in their eyes, the careful way they choose their words, the unspoken question of how long this can last. You recall a quiet evening with your wife, yours, as you gazed out at the twilight painting the sky in hues of orange and purple. She spoke of your shared memories, of happier times, but her voice held a tremor of apprehension. You could feel the warmth of her skin, the gentle pressure of her fingers, chasm opening between you, a gulf created by the secrets you could never share, the fears you could never truly voice. A scent of roses from the garden, a scent that usually brought you peace, but tonight it felt cloying, suffocating. You saw your own face in the polished obsidian of a decorative bowl, a face etched with weariness and a profound, unshakable loneliness. This is the reality of the imperial throne, not the adoration of the masses, but the gnawing dread of their potential betrayal, isolation of absolute power. As the stars begin to emerge in the darkening sky, a familiar sense of foreboding settles over you. Of the heavens mirrors the immense, unmanageable scope of your responsibilities, and the stars themselves seem to be silent, judges of your every move. You can hear the distant chime of a temple bell, a sound that once represented divine favor, feels like a mournful toll for your dwindling peace of mind. You know that tomorrow will bring new challenges, new whispers, new faces to scrutinize. The weight of the empire and the crushing weight of your own suspicion will continue to press down upon you. As the city below settles into a restless slumber, you can only stand here, a solitary figure bathed in the pale moonlight of an empire and the sole custodian of his own ever-deepening fear. The journey into the heart of this gilded cage continues. Step will lead you to the very precipice of your own unraveling. From period dramas, the truth is far more fascinating. The gilded cage of imperial power, adorned with the finest silks and the most potent wines, is also a place of profound isolation. You, the emperor, are the sun around which this vast, complex solar system revolves, but even the sun feels the chill of its own immense distance. Part 17 left you grappling with the gnawing tendrils of suspicion, potential betrayal, a constant hum beneath the surface of your meticulously crafted reality. The weight of the purple pretexta feels heavier than ever, not just in its physical fabric, but in the crushing responsibility it represents. Jasmine, once a comfort from your private gardens, now seems to carry a faint, unsettling undertone. Beautiful flower with a hidden thorn. You recall the subtle shift in the gaze of Senator Valerius during the last Senate session, something unreadable that has replayed in your mind's eye endlessly. Was it respect or something far more dangerous? Passing moment, the air in your private audience chamber grows thicker, charged with an unspoken tension. The afternoon sun, golden orb outside, casts long, accusatory shadows across the marble floor of yours domus. You sit on your cathedra, cool beneath your fingertips, a stark contrast to the heat prickling your skin. Before you stand two men, of the anxieties of their positions, their loyalty a fragile commodity you are about to test. Marcus Aurelius Antoninus, trusted Praetorian prefect, a man whose loyalty you have always believed to be as solid as the foundations of Rome itself. Valerius, a senator of considerable influence whose family name has been intertwined with the very fabric of the Republic, and now the Empire for generations. The room is filled with the faint aroma of beeswax polish from the meticulously maintained furniture, mingled with the sharper, more metallic scent of the polished gladius sheathed at Antoninus's hip. The distant murmur of the city feels muted here, a reminder of the world you govern but can no longer truly inhabit. Antoninus, you begin, deliberately low, resonating with the gravitas of your office. The sound seems to absorb into the rich tapestries adorning the walls, depicting scenes of ancient triumphs, threads cool and slightly rough to the touch if you were to reach out and feel them. Have received disquieting reports concerning certain factions within the city. Whispers of discontent overstep their appointed stations. You watch Antoninus's eyes, the deep, steady blue you have come to trust. He meets your gaze directly, his expression unreadable, a master of his own stoic facade. Specifically, concerning the distribution of grain to the plebeians in the district of Transtiberum, suggest it has been intentionally delayed. Antoninus's jaw tightens almost imperceptibly. Augustus, my men are diligent, but the supply lines are secure. I assure you, any delays are purely administrative. He pauses, then adds a low rumble. However, I have noted an increased presence of individuals with no official business near the granaries. They speak in hushed tones. He doesn't look at Valerius, but the implication hangs heavy in the air. Moment, Valerius shifts his weight, his finely woven tunica of deep crimson rustling softly. He clears his throat, almost apologetic sound. Emperor, I can attest to the efficiency of our administrators, has invested heavily in ensuring the smooth flow of goods into the city. These rumors are, I fear, the product of idle gossip, fied by those who seek to profit from unrest. He smiles, a practiced, placid expression that doesn't quite reach his eyes, momentarily towards Antoninus before returning to you. The polished ivory of your cathedra feels impossibly cold now. To Valerius, the weight of your gaze settling upon him. Gaius Valerius, your family's contributions are noted, but even the most dedicated administrator can be influenced, or perhaps their efforts are being undermined from without. You have recently been in consultation with certain influential figures in the eastern provinces concerning new trade agreements. You recall the reports of Valerius, a man who outwardly championed your fiscal policies, with representatives from Alexandria, a city known for its independent spirit and its vast wealth. For expensive incense, a subtle perfume Valerius always favored now seemed cloying, almost suffocating. Valerius's smile falters for a fraction of a second. Augustus, those discussions were purely for the benefit of the empire's coffers. Tariffs on Alexandrian grain will, I believe, bolster our treasury. He gestures with a hand adorned with a large signet ring, its gold gleaming in the dim light, a matter of economic necessity. Economic necessity, you echo, the words tasting like ash in your mouth. You remember a similar sentiment expressed by a provincial governor in Hispania shortly before a rebellion erupted by resentment over unfair taxation. The irony is not lost on you. You recall reading in the archives about the reign of Tiberius. Suspicion and fear could poison even the most loyal of hearts, leading to the rise of informers and the erosion of trust. This, with a chilling certainty, is the true test, not of military might or economic prowess, unwavering loyalty of those closest to you, the subtle art of discerning truth from deception. The constant vigilance required to protect yourself not just from external enemies, but from those who wear the mask of friendship. Passing moment, the silence stretches by the faint scratching of a stylus on papyrus from a scribe meticulously recording the proceedings. Dipped in ink that smells faintly of gallnuts, you can feel the subtle tension radiating from both men, their carefully constructed composure beginning to fray at the edges. Antoninus's hand rests on his gladius, a silent, reassuring presence. Valerius's fingers drum a restless rhythm on his knee. You know what you must do. You must introduce a hypothetical, a seed of doubt that will force them to reveal their true allegiances. Imagine, you say, your voice dropping to a near whisper, was issued a decree that, while seemingly just, would inevitably lead to widespread unrest. A decree that, if enacted, certain private interests at the expense of the common good. You watch their faces, searching for any telltale flicker, Terry reaction. The very air in the chamber seems to hold its breath, waiting for your next move. This is the loneliness of leadership, the chilling realization that even the most trusted advisors might be playing their own game, a currency to be traded. The weight of your decision presses down, the future of the empire resting on your ability to discern who stands with you and who stands against you. The opulent chamber, once a symbol of your power, now feels like a gilded cage, trapping you with your suspicions. The faint scent of jasmine, laced with the metallic tang of fear, clings to you as you prepare to pose the question that will divide them, and perhaps of your isolation. As you settle in tonight, let me transport you to a world both alien and etchingly familiar. Imagine the stifling weight of purple robes, the chill of marble against your bare feet, even on a summer's day, present hum of 1,000 unseen eyes. You, the Emperor, are a solitary star in a vast, indifferent cosmos. Inhabit the Palatine Hill itself, a sprawling testament to power and ambition, less like a home and more like a gilded cage. The air, thick with the scent of expensive incense and the faint metallic tang of fear, presses in on you. You've spent weeks, months, perhaps even years, navigating the treacherous currents of the court, a constant dance of veiled threats and false smiles. Subpart 16 hinted at the growing unease, the whispers in shadowed corridors, glances from those closest to you. Subpart 17 explored the gnawing psychological toll this constant vigilance exacts of trust that leaves you feeling utterly alone. And Subpart 18, with its focus on testing loyalty, brought you to this precipice where the carefully constructed facade of stability is about to shatter. The sun, sinking below the 7 hills of Rome, casts long, distorted shadows across the peristyle garden, mirroring the distortions you perceive in the hearts of men. Familiar as you make your way through the echoing halls of the imperial palace, each step a deliberate, measured sound on the polished mosaic floors. The intricate patterns beneath your feet depict scenes of triumph and conquest, a stark contrast to the internal turmoil you feel. Tonight, the usual retinue of Praetorian guards, gleaming dully in the torchlight, seems more watchful, their faces impassive masks that reveal nothing. You recall a conversation with Fabius, your most trusted advisor, whose loyalty you had once considered as immutable as the Tiber's flow. He had spoken of unrest in the provinces, discontent among the legions, his voice laced with a carefully modulated concern. Remember the faint tremor in his hand as he gestured towards a map of Britannia. Shift in his gaze when you pressed him for details. He had assured you with a solemn nod that all was under control. The whispers were mere grumbling, easily quelled, but something felt off, a discordant note in his otherwise harmonious pronouncements. private study, a room designed for contemplation and governance, yet tonight it feels suffocating. Are adorned with frescoes of mythological scenes, gods and heroes locked in eternal struggles, a silent commentary on your own predicament. A heavy oak desk, scarred by generations of imperial decrees, dominates the center of the room. Wax tablets and a finely crafted stylus. You pick up a cool, smooth piece of lapis lazuli over its polished surface. You remember acquiring it during a diplomatic mission to Egypt, a gift from a pharaoh who had been poisoned shortly after your departure. The memory, sharp and unwelcome, resurfaces with an unsettling clarity. His study is cool, a stark contrast to the humid warmth of the Roman evening outside, and carries the faint aroma of dried lavender, a scent you'd chosen to promote calm. A soft knock at the door breaks your reverie. You command, your voice betraying none of the anxiety coiling in your gut. The door swings open, not one of your usual attendants, but Fabius himself. He stands framed in the doorway, torchlight casting his face in a stark chiaroscuro. He is dressed in his customary toga, impeccably white. Tonight there is a tension in his posture, a subtle rigidity that you hadn't noticed before. His eyes, usually warm and engaging. Assessing, "My Emperor," he begins, his voice smooth as ever, but lacking its usual cadence of deference. "Disturbing you at this late hour." You gesture to a chair. "Never, Fabius." You watch him closely as he walks to the chair and sits, his movements economical and precise. He places his hands on his knees. "I have news, my Emperor, news that cannot wait for the dawn." He pauses, his gaze meeting yours directly. The carefully constructed facade of loyalty crumbles. You see not the trusted advisor, but a man with a purpose entirely his own. The scent of the lavender suddenly seems cloying, suffocating. "And what news is that?" you ask, your voice dangerously low. You can feel the blood draining from your face, sudden chill that has nothing to do with the marble beneath your feet. He leans forward, his voice dropping to a conspiratorial whisper. "In Gaul are restless. They speak of a new leader, one who understands their needs, their sacrifices. The Senate has grown too distant, too decadent, not alone in their thinking." He lets the implication hang in the air, heavy and suffocating. You recall the murmurs you'd overheard from certain senators, the veiled criticisms of your policies, frequent absences from council meetings. A new leader. You echo, your mind racing. Garner such support. And why would Fabius be the one to deliver such news? You remember consulting him on the deployment of troops to Germania, his seemingly unwavering counsel. You recall his assurances that the supply lines were secure, that the morale of the legions was high. You recall the private dinners, shared wine, the conversations that felt like genuine camaraderie. You even remember him recommending a particular vintner, a man whose wine you'd enjoyed immensely. It's a small detail, almost insignificant, only concrete thing you can grasp onto in the swirling chaos of your thoughts. Indeed. Fabius continues, glinting with something you can only describe as triumph. A leader who is willing to act, who understands that Rome needs a strong hand, not one weakened by sentimentality. He pauses, then delivers the blow, any emotion. The conspiracy runs deeper than you can imagine. My Emperor reaches into the very heart of the Praetorian Guard, into the Senate household. You feel a cold dread seep into your bones. The betrayal, once a vague suspicion, a terrifyingly concrete form. You remember the subtle ways Fabius had subtly steered your decisions, information he'd conveniently withheld, the advice that always seemed to benefit him or his allies. Particular instance, a decree concerning grain imports from Egypt, yes, had strongly advised against a more equitable distribution, citing logistical nightmares. It was only later, through a chance encounter with a minor official, that you learned the true reason. His own family had extensive holdings in the grain trade. A more equitable distribution would have significantly impacted their profits. The historical record, together from fragmented papyri discovered in a dusty archive in Alexandria, suggests that such personal enrichment was a common, though often hidden, motive for many in positions of power. This was not just about political ambition, it was about wealth, their own comfortable existence at the expense of the empire's stability. You whisper, the word catching in your throat. The realization hits you with the force of a physical blow. The man who had shared your confidences, closest confidant, was the architect of your downfall. The betrayal isn't just political, it's deeply personal. You'd felt in his presence, the trust you'd placed in him now curdles into a bitter, icy resentment. You recall the ancient Roman proverb, Timeo Danios it dona ferentis. I fear the Greeks, even when they bring gifts. You had been blind to the gifts. Fabius had been bringing gifts laced with poison. Fabius offers a small, almost imperceptible smile. Rome requires change, my emperor, and I am simply the instrument of that change. The scent of lavender is now suffocatingly sweet, a mocking counterpoint to the bitter taste of betrayal in your mouth. The weight of your purple robes feels heavier than ever. Isolation. You are the emperor, the absolute ruler, and yet in this moment you are utterly alone, enemies disguised as friends. The silence in the study stretches only by the distant sounds of the city, the rumble of carts, the faint cries of street vendors, mournful cry of a nightingale. You close your eyes, trying to process the enormity of what has just occurred, the shattering of your world. The carefully constructed reality you inhabited has imploded, leaving you exposed and vulnerable. This is the loneliest job in the world indeed. As you sit in the suffocating silence, the enormity of Fabius's betrayal washes over you. Constructed world you inhabited has fractured, revealing the rot beneath. The path forward is uncertain, fraught with peril. Weight of the empire, once a source of pride, now feels like an unbearable burden. Tomorrow, confront this new reality, this stark landscape of treachery. But for tonight, with the chilling echo of Fabius's words and the gnawing realization that the greatest threats often come from within, bring its own challenges, and you will need to find a new kind of strength, a new way to navigate this treacherous path. Practical evidence tells us stories that Hollywood never bothered to explore, tales etched not in celluloid, very stone and soil of forgotten eras. It speaks of the quiet desperation that often accompanied absolute power, the gnawing loneliness of a man perched atop an empire, a solitary sentinel against the encroaching darkness. You, as emperor, are no stranger to this desolation. The betrayal, a venomous serpent coiled in the heart of your trusted circle, has left you exposed, vulnerable, and seething with a cold, sharp rage. The air in your private chambers, usually the scent of beeswax candles and imported cedar, now feels thin and acrid, dust and the bitter tang of disillusionment. Outside, the distant murmur of the city, a constant hum of life. Impossibly far away, a world you once belonged to, now separated by an unbridgeable chasm. Day by day, you learn. Whispers that reached your ears, once dismissed as the idle gossip of the court, now echo with chilling clarity. Fabius, trusted advisor, the man whose counsel you sought on matters of state and war, has been systematically undermining your authority, descent among the legions stationed in Germania Superior, his motives remain shrouded in a fog of speculation, ambition, or a misguided belief that he could govern better. The evidence, however, is undeniable: coded letters unearthed by your loyal spies, intercepted communications, and the testimonies of trembling servants, faces pale in the flickering torchlight of the interrogation rooms. You trace the intricate patterns of the mosaic floor beneath your bare feet, the cool tesserae a stark contrast to the heat churning within you. The scent of roasted quail brought in for your solitary supper turns your stomach. You push the platter away, the rich aroma of herbs and spices suddenly repellent. The weight of your purple toga, plavy of Tyrian purple, feels heavier than usual. Each thread, woven with the blood of 1,000 murex snails, seems to scream of the immense responsibility you bear. You recall your ascension, the cheers of the Senate, of the plebs, a distant memory now, like a dream upon waking. The polished bronze of the brazier gleams, wary countenance, your hands shake, not from fear, but from the sheer, unadulterated fury that threatens to consume you. Whistling through the open atrium, carrying with it the faint scent of pine from the Palatine Hill, cool the fire in your veins, your imperial majesty. A voice rasps low and deferential. It is Marcus, Praetorian prefect, his face a mask of grim loyalty, his armor gleaming dully in the dim light. He stands several paces away, rigid, awaiting your command. He is a man of action, of brute force, and in this moment you crave that simplicity. You turn. Marcus, you begin, your voice a low growl. Fabius is a traitor. The words hang in the air, unspoken consequences. You can feel the subtle shift in his demeanor, the tightening of his jaw, the steely glint in his eyes. The gravity of this revelation. He has been spreading sedition. You continue, pacing the length of the triclinium. The rich crimson cushions of the couches a stark contrast to the starkness of your thoughts. He has sought to weaken my authority, discord among the legions. You pause, the silence punctuated only by the crackle of the fire. What is your counsel, Marcus? Such perfidy. Of Marcus takes a step forward, his voice resonating with quiet conviction. Majesty, to Rome, and Rome is loyal to you. Fabius has sown his seeds in fertile ground, but the roots of your authority run deeper than he can comprehend. For the good of the empire, he must be silenced. Swiftly, he gestures with a gauntleted hand. A legion can be dispatched to Germania. His conspirators can be apprehended. Must be seen to be done, and it must be seen to be done by your hand, and yours alone. You consider his words, the practical truth of them. Hollywood would have you deliver a grand speech, a theatrical denouncement. But this is not a play. This is the reality of power. The scent of burning wood from the brazier fills your nostrils. Taste the metallic tang of blood that Marcus's suggestion implies. And what of his family, Marcus? You ask, piercing. What of those who may have been unaware of his machinations? Marcus hesitates for a fraction of a second. Emperor's justice is absolute majesty. Those who associate with traitors often share their fate. However, he adds, his voice softening almost imperceptibly, if there are those who can prove their innocence, that is a matter for your discretion. Day by day you learn that mercy, like justice, is a tool of statecraftness of your empire, stretching from the sands of Syria to the misty shores of Britannia. The betrayal of one man, even a trusted confidant, could have ripple effects that destabilize the entire edifice. You recall reading about the fate of Sejanus, Praetorian prefect under Tiberius, whose downfall in 31 AD led to widespread purges in the perils of unchecked power. both wielded and perceived. You glance at the scroll on your table, troop movements and grain shipments from Egypt, the sheer volume of information, the constant demands, vigilance required, it's a crushing burden. You turn back to Marcus, your decision solidifying. The scent of the night air, fainter, sweeter perfume of jasmine from the imperial gardens offers a brief, fleeting moment of peace. Send a dispatch to the governor of Germania Superior. You command, your voice firm, is to place Fabius under house arrest or leave his villa. I will send my own legate to conduct a thorough investigation. You pause, next words settling upon you. And Marcus, gather evidence against any other senators or officials whose loyalty might be questionable. We will root out this rot. We will do so with precision, not with indiscriminate slaughter. The Empire cannot afford to lose more good men. Association. Marcus bows his head. It shall be done, Majesty. He turns to leave, cooing softly on the marble floor. You are left alone once more, the silence descending like a shroud. You pick up a small ivory comb, a gift from a visiting delegation from Palmyra. The smooth, cool ivory feels alien in your hand. You run it through your hair, the action mechanical, your mind already racing ahead to the next crisis, the next decision. Is a tangible presence, a phantom limb that acquiesces with the absence of true companionship, with a chilling certainty, chosen in the crucible of betrayal, will only deepen that isolation. You can feel the eyes of history upon you, the silent judgment of generations to come. As you settle into night, let me transport you to a world both alien and etchingly familiar. You make now in the quiet solitude of your imperial chambers will echo through the ages, shaping the destiny of millions. The weight of the crown, you realize, is not in its gold or its gems, but in the crushing responsibility of wielding absolute power, chilling solitude that inevitably follows. Tomorrow, the investigation into Fabius's conspiracy will begin in earnest. Decide who can be trusted and who must be purged. The night is long, and the Emperor's ultimate choice is yet to be fully made. You've seen the movies, read the books. Reality was something else entirely. It wasn't the gleaming marble of imperial palaces or the thunderous roar of legions that defined your existence. It was the gnawing silence, decisions that could crumble empires, and the chilling awareness that every smile, every gesture was a calculated performance. The blare of trumpets, but to the soft rustle of linen as your attendant, Lucius, draws the heavy velvet curtains. Through stained glass depicting scenes of your triumphant victories, a carefully curated narrative you now understand. Mosaics on the mosaic floor of your private chambers. The air, even here, carries a faint tang, the lingering scent of the imperial forge, a constant reminder of the power you wield, the responsibility that binds you. Your hands, accustomed to the delicate brush of a scribe's quill, texture of the silk tunic Lucius offers. He speaks in hushed tones, his deference a carefully constructed barrier. Imperial Majesty, the delegation from Palmyra awaits your summons. Aurelius sends his regards. The regards hang in the air, laden with unspoken meaning, probing of your recent decree. The weight of the purple, bordered toga feels heavier today, a physical manifestation of the burden of leadership. The months teach you that the Emperor's pronouncements are rarely met with immediate acceptance. Your decision, calculated gamble to reroute out vital grain shipments from Egypt to the beleaguered northern provinces, had sent ripples of discontent through the merchant guilds of Ostia. The whispers carried on the sea breeze, the gilded halls of Rome. You recall the hushed arguments in the Senate, criticisms from advisors who had benefited from the previous, more predictable distribution. You remember the sharp, accusatory tone of Fabius, the prefect of the Annona, during your last private audience. Your Majesty, Fabius had begun a low rumble. The prosperity of Rome is built upon the steady flow of grain. These adjustments, they create uncertainty. They are accustomed to a certain order. You remember the subtle tremor in his hands as he gestured, darted nervously towards the open doorway, as if expecting to be overheard. You had met his gaze, your own expression carefully neutral. "Order, Fabius," you'd replied, your voice deliberately calm, ensuring the survival of the empire's frontiers. The people of the north have endured hardships you cannot imagine. Their loyalty and their very lives depend on this decision. You'd seen the flicker of something in his eyes, frustration, or perhaps just the cold calculation of a man whose profits were being disrupted. The honeyed wine in your goblet turned slightly bitter. You had anticipated the backlash. Of the unease was a stark reminder of the intricate web of dependencies that sustained your reign. Teach you that even in the midst of grand imperial pronouncements, the personal remains inextricably linked to the political. Crisp autumn air of Tuhuel of 12 AD, the scent of wood smoke and damp earth clinging to the silks of your travelling robes as you surveyed the newly constructed fortifications near Vindolanda. Whipped strands of hair across your face and the rough wool of your cloak scratched against your skin, contrast to the soft linens of your chambers. You were there to assess the effectiveness of the latest defensive measures against the Caledonian tribes. Your mind kept returning to a conversation held just days before in your private study back in Rome. She, closest confidante and advisor on matters of provincial administration, stark assessment of the economic strain caused by the ongoing campaigns. Her face, intellectual curiosity, was etched with a wariness you rarely saw. "Your Majesty," she had said, low and earnest, "the cost of maintaining the legions on the northern frontier is significant. While necessary, on the treasury is becoming unsustainable. We must find alternative revenue streams, make difficult choices." You recalled the chill that had settled in your heart, immediate understanding of what those difficult choices might entail. You had looked at her, at the genuine concern in her eyes, gratitude for her unwavering honesty. "And what alternatives do you propose, my dear?" you had asked, your voice soft, a sense of shared burden. She had hesitated, then spoken of reassurances for trade routes, managed tax adjustments in less critical provinces. The conversation had left you with a profound sense of isolation. The ultimate responsibility rested solely on your shoulders. The distant cry of a hawk overhead, a wild sound in the vast, seemed to echo the loneliness that was your constant companion. Teach you that the weight of the world is not a metaphor, but a tangible, crushing reality. You remember the chill of a December evening in Rome, the air thick with the scent of roasting meat, and the faint blood from the nearby amphitheatre. You sat at a massive oak table laden with parchment and wax seals, the flickering lamplight casting long, dancing shadows across the room. Reports detailing the devastating plague that had swept through Antioch, population, and crippling its vital trade networks. The scribes had meticulously documented the rising death tolls, plea for aid, the economic collapse that threatened to engulf the entire Eastern Mediterranean. Hours poring over these documents, the dry, factual accounts of suffering more harrowing than any dramatic recitation, the stark paragraph that detailed the desperate measures taken by the city's magistrates, the abandonment of the sick, entire districts to contain the contagion, the chilling efficiency with which life was extinguished, the proposal from your military commanders, a quarantine enforced by legions, but perhaps necessary measure to prevent the plague from spreading to Rome itself. Irony was not lost on you. To save your people, you might have to condemn thousands more to isolation and suffering. You remember the heavy silence that descended as you reached for the quill, the scratching sound it made on the parchment amplifying in the stillness. Your signature, a flourish of ink, the fate of countless unknown souls. The taste of the figs you'd eaten earlier, once sweet, now felt cloying and artificial. In that moment, the true meaning of the Emperor's burden, the absolute leanness of being the sole arbiter of life and death, with no one to truly share the crushing weight, teach you that even the most solitary of decisions are not made in a vacuum. Complex tapestry of interconnected lives and histories. You remember poring over ancient texts in the Imperial Library with the dry, papery scent of centuries of accumulated knowledge. You had been researching the precedents set by previous emperors when faced with similar crises, seeking wisdom in the decisions of those who had walked this path before you. You discovered accounts of Diocletian's reforms, Christianity, of Hadrian's vast building projects. Each emperor, you realized, had grappled with their own unique set of challenges, their reigns shaped by the circumstances of their time. You found yourself drawn to the personal letters of Marcus Aurelius, his philosophical musings revealing a man wrestling with the immense pressures of his office. Philosophy a shield against the emotional toll of constant warfare and plague. You recalled a particular passage where he wrote of the vastness of existence and his own smallness within it, a sentiment that resonated deeply with your own feelings of isolation. You had made a note to revisit those letters, seek solace in the shared experience of leadership, however distant the centuries. The smooth of the papyrus beneath your fingertips was a comforting anchor in the swirling chaos of your responsibilities. Teach you that even after the most momentous decisions, the world continues to turn and the Emperor's vigil never truly ends. At the window, the vast expanse of the imperial city spread out before you. The distant murmur of the populace, constant hum of life, is a reminder of the millions whose fates you hold in your hands. The faint glow of oil lamps in the distant villas, the flicker of torches carried by night watchmen. The air is cooler now, carrying the scent of pine from the surrounding hills. You know that tomorrow will bring new challenges, new demands, new decisions that will shape the destiny of this vast empire. The weight of the purple remains a constant, heavy presence. You close your eyes for a moment, seeking a fleeting respite, a brief escape from the relentless demands of your office. The silence within your own mind is both a comfort and a torment. The path ahead is as solitary as the one you have already traversed, and that the dawn will bring no easy answers. Responsibility of the Emperor. You turn from the window, the weight of your decisions, a familiar, if wearying companion, will bring its own dawn, and with it the continuation of your solitary reign. People think they understand this historical period, but nothing could be further from the truth. Legions marching in perfect unison, senators debating with impassioned eloquence, dispensing justice with unwavering resolve. But the truth, as you are learning, is far more nuanced, far more human. Purple, the sheer, crushing responsibility has settled upon your shoulders, not like a mantle of glory, a shroud of isolation. You sit now in your private study within the Domus Augustana, marble beneath your bare feet, a stark contrast to the flickering warmth of the oil lamps casting long, dancing shadows across the frescoed walls. The scent of myrrh and beeswax hangs heavy in the air, mingling with the faint aroma of roasted dormice from your sparse dinner. Your fingers to sketch constellations or trace the lines of ancient texts, clumsy and foreign as they rest on the polished wood of your writing desk. The parchment before you is blank, reflecting the emptiness that has begun to bloom within your own soul. You were, just a short while ago, a historian lost in the echoes of the past. Now, you are the past and the echoes are your own. Gradually, true nature of the solitude. It's not merely the absence of companions, it's the absence of equals. Every interaction, spoken, is filtered through the prism of your imperial power. Even Fabius, your most trusted advisor, face etched with the years of loyal service you've come to rely on, approaches you with a subtle deference that chills you. He stands now by the entrance to your study, a scroll clutched in his hand, his gaze respectfully averted until you invite him to speak. Rustle of his toga, the faint scuff of his sandals on the mosaic floor, these are the only sounds that break the profound quiet. Murmur of the city, the clatter of chariots on the Via Appia feels impossibly far away, but no longer truly inhabit. Your Majesty, Fabius begins, his voice a low, steady hum. The grain shipments from Egypt have arrived, as scheduled. The prefect of the Annona reports sufficient reserves to see us through the coming months. Even with the increased allocations to the legions stationed along the Danube, you nod, the gesture feeling automatic, rehearsed. The reports from the eastern frontier. Fabius, any word from Parthia? He hesitates, his brow furrowing slightly. Arrived this afternoon, Caesar. The governor of Syria requests additional auxiliary troops. He cites increased bandit activity along the Euphrates. A bandit activity, a polite euphemism, you suspect, for something far more ominous. The Parthians, ever the shadow lurking at the empire's edge. Recall reading about the disastrous campaign of Crassus at Carrhae in 53 BCE, a stark reminder of the perils of underestimating your eastern adversaries. The weight of that history, every emperor who had faced this same threat pressed down on you. You remember a particular passage from Tacitus, anxieties of Tiberius. During his reign, his paranoia fueled by whispers and rumors. Now, you understood the constant vigilance, uncertainty. These were the true companions of the emperor. Very well. You say the words feeling dry and brittle, of officers to prepare the necessary dispatches, and send word to the Legio VI Ferrata to reinforce their patrols. I want no surprises. You pause, then add, and Fabius, what of the recent pronouncements from the Senate? Fabius shifts his weight, his gaze finally meeting yours, a flicker of something unreadable in its depths. The senators have been vocal, Caesar, regarding the new taxation on imported silks, cripple the merchant guilds. The merchant guilds, always the merchants. You remember your own days, prices in the forum, the vibrant cacophony of voices, the pungent smell of spices and sweat. Now, voices were directed at you, their grievances amplified by the very power you wielded. You recall a particularly heated debate you'd witnessed as a young scholar, fiercely over the distribution of grain in a 115 CE during Trajan's reign, between appeasing the plebeians and maintaining the imperial treasury. It was a perpetual tightrope walk. Complain. You say, your voice hardening. The treasury is depleted. We need these funds for the legions. for the defense of the empire. They benefit from our protection, do they not? Contribute to its cost. You turn your attention back to the blank parchment, the silence stretching between you and Fabius. You can feel his gaze on your back, a silent question hanging in the air. Gradually, you realize the profound paradox of your position. Absolute power, yet you are utterly powerless to truly connect. The adoration of the masses, of your court, it's all a performance, a carefully constructed illusion designed to maintain order. You are the sun around which the world revolves, but the sun is a solitary star, burning alone in the vast expanse of space. You remember reading about the vastness of the Roman Empire, its reach extending from the sands of Britannia to the deserts of Mesopotamia. Greatest distance you've ever experienced is the chasm between yourself and another human being. Fabius clears his throat. Caesar, forgive my intrusion, but your physician sent word. Dun that he wishes to examine your persistent cough. You wave a dismissive hand. The cough was a minor ailment, physical manifestation of the weariness that had settled deep within your bones. Later, Fabius. Send him away for now. You pick up a stylus, its obsidian tip cool against your fingertips. You dip it into the ink. The rich, fluid, a stark contrast to the pale parchment. You begin to write, not decrees or laws, but a single, stark sentence, a confession whispered into the void. The weight of the eagle is heavier than any man can bear. Gradually, that even the grandest pronouncements, the most decisive actions, ultimately lead back to this quiet, internal struggle. Surrounded by people, by demands, by the relentless machinery of empire, profound battles are fought within the silent chambers of your own mind. The grandeur of the Palatine Hill, the scent of blooming jasmine in the imperial gardens, the taste of honeyed wine, these sensory details, once a source of wonder, serve only to highlight the stark emptiness at the core of your existence. The people of Rome, who once seemed so vibrant and alive, fleeting figures in a grand, silent play, their joys and sorrows ultimately a distraction from your own unending solitude. Ultimate spectator, the ultimate prisoner. The sun sets, painting the sky in hues of orange and violet, a spectacle of breathtaking beauty that you witness utterly alone. The silence of your reign, a deafening roar in your ears. The next day, that will bring the same, and then the next. Sometimes I wonder what it would feel like to truly experience life in this distant time, to breathe the same air, walk the same cobblestones, feel the weight of the purple on my shoulders, motes dancing in the shafts of sunlight piercing the high windows of the imperial palace in Nicomedia, Bithynia, hold the secrets of centuries. It was late autumn, 324 CE, and the air, though still carrying the faint warmth of the Mediterranean, crispness that hinted at the approaching winter. Burning olive wood mingled with the sharp tang of incense from the nearby temple of Jupiter, perfume that had become as much a part of my existence as the very blood in my veins. My hands, usually steady, as I traced the intricate carving on the armrest of my gilded chair. The weight of decisions made, irrevocably altered, settled upon me like a shroud. The whispers of the court, usually a symphony of ambition and deference. The rustling of dry leaves, carrying an undertone of unease. I had commanded armies, negotiated treaties, seen the vast machinery of a sprawling empire, yet in this moment, a profound sense of isolation washed over me. Grandeur that surrounded me, the opulent mosaics depicting scenes of triumph, the silk tapestries woven with threads of gold, served to emphasize the chasm between my public role and the quiet yearning for something simpler. The vastness of the Roman Empire, grey shores of Britannia to the sun-baked sands of Egypt, felt like a cage, albeit a gilded one. a passage I'd read in the archives, a letter from a provincial governor in Hispania lamenting the loneliness of his distant posting, and I understood him now on a level no historical text could ever convey. The sheer responsibility, the constant vigilance required to maintain order, awareness that every choice I made had ripples that could drown thousands, burden that no amount of earthly power could truly alleviate. The weeks pass and you discover that the grand pronouncements, displays of strength, are merely a carefully orchestrated performance. The real work, the truly soul-crushing labor, in the quiet hours, poring over dispatches, listening to the endless petitions, furring the coded messages that crisscross the empire, you learn that loyalty is a fragile commodity, bought and just as easily betrayed. You see the fear in the eyes of your advisors when you challenge their assumptions, the subtle shift in their posture when you ask a question they haven't prepared for. You learn to read the nuances of a bowed head, of an eyelid, the almost imperceptible tightening of a jaw, yourself seeking solace in the familiar rituals of the palace, the morning ablutions with perfumed oils, prepared meals of roasted dormice and spiced wine, the hours spent in the imperial library, by scrolls that held the accumulated knowledge of ages. One evening, while examining a newly acquired papyrus detailing the agricultural practices of the Nile Delta, you encounter Flavius, your chief scribe, of quiet intelligence, his face etched with the weariness of countless hours spent transcribing decrees. He begins, his voice low and respectful. The reports from Antiochus are concerning. You look up from the papyrus, the vibrant ink seeming to blur before your eyes. How Flavius. He shifts his weight, his sandals rustling against the marble floor. There have been disturbances, whispers of unrest, the usual complaints about taxation but amplified, and a new cult. They preach of a different kind of emperor of this world. At a chill unrelated to the evening air snakes down your spine. You've heard such whispers before, nascent faiths that challenged the established order. The early Christians, for instance, tolerated out of a pragmatic desire to avoid further sectarian conflict, were now growing in number. You recall a conversation with your trusted advisor, a grizzled veteran named Marcus, who had warned you about the insidious nature of such movements. They offer comfort, Flavius. You say more to yourself than to him. Times of hardship, people will cling to any comfort. Indeed, your majesty, Flavius replies, his gaze steady. This cult, it speaks of a kingdom, not of this earth. Loyal subjects are listening. With the weeks pass and you discover the profound emptiness that lies at the heart of absolute power. Surrounded by people, yet utterly alone, the laughter of courtiers rings hollow, their flattery a thin veil over their true intentions. You recall a particularly poignant moment when she, your most trusted confidante, sharp wit and quiet strength, had tried to offer solace. You were in your private chambers, the flickering lamplight casting long shadows across the room. You carry the weight of the world. Caesar, she had said, murmur. She was dressed in a simple yet elegant tunic of deep blue, the color of the twilight sky. The scent of lavender, perfume filled the air. You had turned to her, your face a mask of fatigue. It is a burden I chose, she. Or perhaps does it have to be so solitary? She had pressed, her hand reaching out to touch your arm. Her touch, source of comfort, felt distant now, as if separated by an invisible barrier. There are those who would stand with you, in service, but in fellowship. You had pulled away slightly, a pang of regret in your chest. Fellowship requires vulnerability, and vulnerability is a luxury I cannot afford. You remembered the taste of the wine, a rich Falernian, dry and full-bodied, which had done little to lift your spirits. The distant sounds of the city, street vendors, and the rumble of cartwheels seemed to mock your isolation. You thought of the legions, the vast force that enforced your will, and realized that even they were closer to you than the people who shared your daily life. Vastness of the empire, a tapestry woven with countless individual lives, felt impossibly distant from your solitary throne. Through a confidential report from a spy within the Senate that a faction was actively plotting your downfall, convinced that your reign was too lenient. Qualities that you believed made you a just ruler were being interpreted as weakness by those who craved a more brutal hand. And you discover that the very act of shedding this imperial identity is a gradual, almost imperceptible process, a dream upon waking. The ornate robes, once symbols of power, now feel heavy and restrictive. The endless ceremonies and scraping, the carefully rehearsed pronouncements, all begin to lose their significance. You find yourself yearning for the quiet simplicity of your former life, when your greatest concern was the accuracy of a historical footnote. You remember a conversation with an elderly philosopher you'd encountered in your youth, a man who spoke of the impermanence of all things, that flow of empires like the tides. At the time, his words had seemed like mere intellectual musings. Now, with a profound, almost painful truth, you recall the scent of old parchment in a dusty library, the satisfying weight of a well-bound book in your hands, the simple pleasure of a warm meal shared with friends, not subjects. You are standing on the precipice, the Roman world, with all its grandeur and its crushing loneliness, receding into the mist. The weight on your shoulders, once the crushing burden of an emperor, begins to feel less like a physical weight and more like a memory, a story you are slowly beginning to leave behind. The sounds of the palace, the distant trumpets, the murmuring of courtiers begin to fade. Growing silence, a gentle invitation to drift, to let go. The purple fades, the golden threads unravel, being drawn back towards a different kind of embrace, a familiar quietude. The journey back to sleep, self that existed before the purple, is a slow, comforting descent. Never quite capture the texture of daily life in this remarkable era. They speak of legions marching, of senatorial debates, celebrated with lavish processions. But they seldom delve into the quiet hum of the city, the scent of baking bread mingling with the acrid tang of the tanneries, the rough weave of a tunic against your skin that seeped through the marble floors of the palace even on the warmest days. You recall the cool, smooth feel of polished obsidian under your bare feet as you paced your private chambers, the weight of the silk robe, gold thread depicting the eagle of Jupiter, a heavy, suffocating thing, the faint, sweet perfume of crushed roses, the less pleasant odors of the city did little to truly cleanse the air. You remember the taste of watered wine, slightly sour, and the bland, nourishing taste of spelt porridge, a staple for the masses and a constant reminder of your connection, tenuous to the common folk. The passage of time reveals the subtle, insidious ways in which absolute power isolates. Of course, Marcus Aurelius Antoninus Pius Felix, your most trusted, amicus, lineage stretched back to the Republic, his face a mask of serene wisdom, his voice a low, resonant murmur. Particular evening, the year is 175 CE, with the scent of olive oil lamps and the distant cries of vendors in the forum. You sat at a low table in your triclinium, lamp casting dancing her shadows on the frescoed walls depicting scenes from the Aeneid. Marcus, clad in a simple, fine wool, sat opposite you, his hands clasped before him. "Your Majesty," he began, his gaze steady. "Reports from the northern frontier are concerning. The Germanic tribes grow bolder, our defenses with increasing frequency." You picked up a fig, its skin slightly wrinkled, and bit into its sweet, sticky flesh. Ran down your chin, and you made no move to wipe it. "And what do your advisors counsel, Marcus?" you asked, your voice a low rumble, the weight of the Empire pressing down on your vocal cords. "They recommend a swift and decisive response, Caesar. Reinforce the legions, launch punitive expeditions." He paused, then added, almost as an afterthought, "Suggest a strategic withdrawal from certain, less vital territories." You let out a slow breath, the air catching in your throat. Strategic withdrawal. The very idea was anathema to the glory of Rome. But the cost in lives, in resources, morale of your people. You looked at Marcus, at the lines etched around his eyes, the faint tremor in his hands as he gestured. Loyal, intelligent. But even he, your closest confidant, could not truly grasp the burden you carried. He saw the Empire as a grand, intricate machine, a problem to be solved. You saw it as a living, breathing entity, a vast organism whose every pulse, every ache, resonated within your own soul. "The legions are stretched thin, Marcus," you said. "Ash. And the treasury, it is not as deep as it once was. We have faced plague, famine, unrest in the east, times for grand gestures, but for careful, considered action. You remember another conversation with your aging physician Gallinus, a man whose knowledge of the human body was unparalleled. It was 178 CE, from a persistent cough, a dry, hacking sound that echoed in the vast, silent halls of your palace. Gallinus, his face a roadmap of wrinkles, his robes smelling faintly of herbs and tinctures, examined you with a practiced hand. "Your Majesty," he said, his voice raspy with age, "your lungs are inflamed. The damp air of the palace, effects of the recent fever, have taken their toll." He held up a small vial of dark liquid. "This Eve mixture of honey, vinegar, and poppy extract should ease your discomfort." You accepted the vial, a glass a welcome sensation against your feverish palm. "Is there no more potent remedy, Gallinus?" you asked, your voice weak. "Banish this affliction entirely." A Gallinus sighed, his shoulders slumping slightly. "Alas, your Majesty, skilled physician cannot conquer the whims of nature, nor the frailty of the human form. Strive to alleviate suffering, to offer respite." He met your gaze, his eyes ancient and knowing. "Even an emperor is but a man, to the same ailments as the humblest citizen." The passage of time reveals the profound loneliness of command. Power to command armies, to shape destinies, to decree laws that would echo through centuries. Yet command a single night of truly restful sleep, free from the anxieties of state. Command a genuine smile from a courtier whose ambition gnawed at him like a rat in the granary. Command the affection of your own children, who saw you not as a father, but as a distant, imposing figure, a symbol of power rather than a man. You recall walking through the gardens of your villa at Ostia, the year 180 CE. Scent of blooming jasmine hung heavy in the air, a cloying sweetness that seemed to mock your melancholy. The sunlight, through the leaves of ancient cypress trees, dappled the mosaic pathways. You saw a group of children playing, ringing out like tiny bells. They chased a brightly colored ball with joy and unburdened by the cares of the world. You watched them, a pang of something akin to envy twisting in your gut. Their simple games, their innocent camaraderie. You had silence. the echoing silence of your own thoughts, emptiness of your responsibilities. The passage of time reveals that even the grandest achievements are ultimately ephemeral. The empire secured its borders, patronized the arts and sciences, fostered trade, laws that brought order and prosperity. You had earned the title of as Optimus Princeps, the best of rulers. Yet, as you stood there, the scent of jasmine filling your lungs, the laughter of the children fading into the distance, overwhelming sense of futility. What was it all for? These vast territories, these legions, these magnificent buildings, these intricate laws, they were all destined to crumble, to be swallowed by the sands of time, forgotten by all but a few dusty scholars. You remember the chill that seeped into your bones to do with the weather. It was the cold of isolation, the chilling realization that even at the apex of human power, alone, you were a cog in a machine you could never truly control, a shepherd to a flock that would eventually scatter, of a monument destined to fall. The history books would record your deeds, your triumphs, your failures, never record the quiet ache in your heart, the gnawing loneliness that was the true, unspoken price of wearing the imperial purple. The passage of time reveals the quiet, almost imperceptible shift back to the present. The scent of jasmine, the laughter of children, the rough texture of your tunic, they begin to fade like a dream upon waking. The weight of the Roman Empire, the heavy silk robe, the cool marble floors, they recede, replaced by the familiar comfort of your own bed, the soft cotton sheets, the gentle rise and fall of your own breathing. You are no longer Caesar, the absolute ruler of a vast empire. Simply you, a historian, a dreamer, a wanderer through the corridors of time. But the echo of that profound loneliness, scent of roses, and the tang of ancient dust remains. It's a quiet reminder that even the most powerful among us are seeking connection, yearning for a shared experience, and that perhaps job in history was never about ruling an empire, but about being human.